Just like the fuse from the iRacing. "53 drivers dare to go ahead and do one of the toughest things on sim, 500 miles at Michigan International Speedway. The Gen 4 Stock Car is back. It's 900 horsepower of action, ripping top, ripping bottom, and it's gonna be happening all night long. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the USA 500 from the Michigan International Speedway. My name's Jonathan Ramos, alongside with me, Jarrett Lumberg, and we have a lot to show off here tonight.
Well, I think the first big thing to show off is speed. It is going to be a fast show. It's going to be a long show too, so you're going to have speed in the early runs. You're going to have endurance for the entire night, and on top of that, you're going to have the smarts of strategy in this race. You're going to have everything at the top of your game to win this race.
Let's talk about the basics here. 500 miles, 250 laps. Now, usually the NASCAR Cup Series does 200 laps for 400 miles. That extra 50 laps is going to make a huge difference here tonight. 53 have entered the event. 43 will take the green flag. Just like back in the day, just because you show up to the track does not mean you race. And guess what? With all that thrown in, we're going right into the sunset and a lot of curveballs being thrown. Some may say, oh, it's just Gen 4 at Michigan. No, one of the toughest car track combos. Jarrett, we have guys slipping top, slipping bottom. First thing Spencer Burns said when he got in there, he went, I didn't expect it to get this loose.
And he's somebody who was confident going into this too. We have had guys who've been practicing all week long for this, weeks for this, and they were spinning out in practice just 20 minutes ago, having to basically take a bunch of more hot laps just trying to figure out this track in general.
And that's, I'm going to point this out, sorry.
Yeah.
We also have 2007 rules.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we have different rules. We have different everything. It's going to be a complete curveball from start to finish. Track, rules, everything.
Let's go ahead and talk about it. With 2007 rules in, you have single file restarts, one green, white, checkered, and we all know the drama at NR. Someone is going to do something bold, overly bold, that's going to change the complexity of the night. Michigan is also known for that big one early on. We're just going to throw it on out there. We're nervous for it.
Yep.
We have never had a Michigan race, an NR night in America, not have a caution before lap 5. This is a 250 lap race. As a driver, how do you sit there and go, I have to prepare for the 500 miles, but I hope I don't get junked by lap 5. I've been practicing for 3 or 4 weeks now. I'd hate my night to end just in the first 5 minutes.
Well, and part of that might be if you have a bad qualifying run, you might have to lay back because early on, it may be a single group track on the bottom for the first couple laps of the run, and everyone's going to want to try and get down there. Well, while we have single file restarts, the start is still the same, double file. These guys will have to be jockeying for position from the get-go. So maybe taking it a little easy, saving your tires early, that might be the play in the early run to avoid that big wreck.
The biggest curveball of the night. You're pitting at least 8 times, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be coming to pit road around lap 28 to 32, and everyone's going to be going, why? Why is that so early compared to a Homestead where they'll be in about lap 60? A Daytona where they can go about 40, 50 laps and they really stretch it. These Gen 4 stock cars take fuel up like, I mean, a camel. You know, have you ever seen a camel drink water?
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely nuts. They guzzle those fuel systems up masterfully. So keep that in mind. 28 to 32 laps. Right when you get done with the fuel cycle, they automatically got to start thinking about the next one. Now, that's 8 times without cautions. You add the cautions in, you may see them on pit road at least 12 times. It's going to be nonstop action here tonight.
Well, and the difference between a couple laps on tires will be immense, especially towards the end of the run. By the end of the run, these tires basically would have more grip if they'd been on a cheese grater the entire time. So the handling is going to change the entire run. It's going to get even more difficult to drive, especially later in the day.
Let's talk about the track. That's the big thing. It's going to be single groove on the start, but guys, you're going to be using that second lane. Why? Because you can get the drive off corner exit. Turn 2, turn 4, if you get back to the pedal before the driver underneath you, you can say adios. But with it being just a quick run on fuel, tire wear is going to be massive. Then 2 or 3 laps, your tire's going to be shot, and that's where the multi-groove comes in. Drivers saying they've tried lane 2. They've attempted a lane 3 of trying to diamond it up and get that drive off corner exit. It's been a consistent manner of searching for grip here at Michigan. You're going to see the speed into turn 1, but they're going to be dropping it down. 210 miles per hour. We clocked them in around 207 without the draft. You may be flirting here with 212. They were really back in the 2000s, baby.
Well,
the 2000s are back.
And you know what it opens the door up for? It opens the door up for multiple different moves. You can have a giant slide job into the corner, go all the way to the bottom and try and clear that guy up top. Or it's not the Kyle Larson line at this point. At this point in time, it's the Dale Jr. line. You go right up against the wall, and you better hope that that guy down low either doesn't slip up into you or knows you're there, because you're going to get a heck of a run, and that person might clear you by 4, 5, 6 car lengths into the corner, and then you're passing them out of the next corner.
Let's talk about drivers. That's the big one. 2 drivers here tonight are going for their 3rd e-ticket event. Now, I feel like a broken record because they have not won one since 2022. So every e-ticket since, I've been saying the same thing. Chad Thornquist and TCB. Let's just get underway. Chad Thornquist has had an abysmal 2023 outing. He has won 1 race technically in NR Night that came from a duel last week, but he's getting hot when it matters the most. In the Cup Series, horrible. I don't think he finished a single race in the NR Cup Series. His summer stretch, abysmal. He started the fall losing, and then all of a sudden, the Discord started going after him. Chad Thornquist said, this is it. I'm done. This is my Super Bowl, and I'm going to win it. I'm going to get my 3rd, and we're going to have to shut everything down about all these allegations that have been coming out that Chad Thornquist can't win anymore. What is your opinion on that 0-0?
Well, I think that he is the definition of checkers or wreckers. He's shown speed. He's shown the ability to get up through there, but my issue isn't the speed part just yet. It's another one of those 3 things you got to do to be fast and to be up front at the end, is just surviving that marathon. Is he going to be able to go mistake-free through this race? That's the X factor for his race.
What about the big one here? James Thurston. I love how quick Thurston has been. Let's be real. He's the best driver in NR here in the fall months. He has been able to take every car track combo and be the best at it. He may have not won every one, but he is definitely a huge favorite coming in. The driver of the number 29 is hot. Red hot, and he's looking for his first ever e-ticket event win. I would not count out that 29 at all when we drop the green flag here tonight.
No, he shouldn't be counted out at all because of what you pointed out. I think the big part is not getting collected in somebody else's mess for him, because we've talked about it. We talked about it today. We have always had a big one at Michigan. It never fails. So is he going to be right in the middle of that? The big part of avoiding that will be probably qualifying up towards the front.
How about this one? Ready? We're about to get ready for our picks. We love our picks in NR Night in America. Braden Mubbick is back. He's in that 42. And some have been saying it's the end of the 42 era. It is over. It's done. But he is back and he's ready to go. The driver out of Minnesota, he is racing at his campus consistently on the e-college side. Well, guess what? He's ready to rock and roll here tonight, but I'm going to say it right now, I'm going to have to count it all as well. I don't think Braden Mubbick gets his second at all. Compared to these guys that are coming in tonight that I've tested, a lot of new school drivers coming in and showing their speed, I don't think that's over for Braden Mubbick. I think he's got a big shot later down the road, but he does not come in as a favorite tonight.
I wouldn't say as a favorite, but I don't want to count him out just yet, because Michigan is a track that he looks forward to. It's a track that really probably he circles on his calendar whenever anything here is done. And I can't take that experience out just yet. I can understand not having him as a favorite, but he still is somebody who could definitely be a dark horse going into this event.
Let's get to the best part of the night. The most exciting part of the night, at least for us, because we love Countdown to Green, the driver picks. Jarrett, we have been doing this all year. It has gotten better and better. Let's start off with the underdog. Who do you got?
Well, I'm looking at somebody who's not going to be a favorite going in. Somebody who, might be fast in different races, might be in the top 10 here and there, but we're not looking at consistently as somebody to win. But he has been fast in testing. He's been under the radar, and maybe somebody under the radar is somebody you need to look out for. I'm looking at the 18, Josh Kenyon.
Ooh, I like it. Josh has been on fire on the super speedway side. The 18, JJ Ailey, has got the lightning bolts on. But here's the thing, all right? I'm a stat guy, all right? I love when you guys come in and absolutely kick butt. Nuts. See ya. Let him go. And that's my underdog pick. I got to go for the driver that's currently number 1 on the charts here in practice. He went in there, set down a 37.5. He is holding them all at bay heading into qualifying. And guess what? It's all about the truth. Give me Carlos Truther in the number 12. Listen, he went into NWP in the duels, made an absolute fool out of himself. But in the fall, he is one of the fastest guys here tonight. What a sight it would be for that 12 to go on pole and get his win. I got Carlos Truther as a big underdog. Keep an eye out for him on those TNT overlays. He's going to be fast.
Well, this is the thing, though, about qualifying at Michigan. It might not be the greatest litmus test. I'll tell you a story. I was at the 2007 race in June at Michigan, and the 18 car, JJ Yaley, at the time won the pole. Do you know how many laps he led in that?
Zero.
He dropped a 3 or so laps down and finished outside the top 25. So qualifying does not mean all. One fast lap does not mean all just yet. But
let's get in the big 4 right here. The fast 4. What do you got?
Well, I'm looking at somebody who has been really, really fast every time I've looked at testing. I'm going to go with the silver bullet of Brower on this one. I think he's going to be fast tonight.
I like it. He's still looking for his first one, but here's the thing. He said it's his Super Bowl. He is one of the more polarizing drivers now in NR Night in America. He takes over the 24. If this 24 goes to victory lane tonight, it's the most winningest number in e-ticket event history. Give me Spencer Burns. I'm telling you, when he's hot, he's hot. When he's not, he is as cold as ice. But right now, he's looking fast, and I got that 24 right up my sleeve.
Just needs to make sure that the mistakes don't snowball. But if we're looking at an iconic number from back then, I am for my next pick. So for my next pick, I'm going with the grade 8, Justin Champagne. Ooh. He's running the red, white, and blue, and it's a USA 500. It's just a perfect fit up there.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Justin's still looking for his first e-ticket event. His brother got it done in April with one hot night. Can the Champagne family get it done on the highest level of NR Night in America? Well, I got something to throw your way. I love when we talk about great drivers. Now, he hasn't lit up the show here in the fall, but he was red hot in the summer. He is one of the most well-known drivers from June to August, and if he gets it done here tonight, it's gonna be nothing but red, white, and blue, smoking him up on the front stretch. Give me Dylan Basin as my number 3 pick. Hey, he was quick here in the Cup Series of the COT. Give me it for the Gen 4.
Well, I'm going to give you somebody else who I think has been really quick. Number has also been good here in the real show, and I think it's going to be good tonight. Give me the 16 of Schmidt. He's going to be up there tonight.
Going to be a lot of fun to see what Schmidt can do, but I like what you do there. A lot of people love Schmidt. He's our biggest underdog and a big closer. But last time we went streaming, I saw a lot of you talking about this guy, excited for him. Most winningest driver in NR Night in America. That's all I have to say. James Thurston tonight. It is prime time Friday night to go out there and duel. He's got his own silver bullet, and he's getting ready to rock and roll.
Well, he might be, but I think this is a race also, like you're looking at, that you got to look at people who are favorites. And to me, there is no other favorite who has been more consistent and faster over the stretch of NR, in my opinion, than Demos. He's going to win. Then 9 is going to victory lane tonight.
I like it. And what a story that would be. The most, I was going to say most winning, the most popular driver in NR Night in America getting it done. But you know what I like? You know what I really like? When the good drivers prevail, no one's looking at them. I like the Champagne name. I love that family. That family is red hot. They're entertaining. They're electric. But I'm going for the silent hero here tonight. Kevin Champagne, a two-time e-ticket event winner in the USA 500. Hey, he's got to be rowdy fast here tonight. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, our picks here tonight. You know what's also great about our picks? We get to slide it on over, and we get to go to our driver intros presented by Tyler Austin Tinsley. Jarrett, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's get into it.
Let's get rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Just 11 minutes from the green flag.
Pushing, shoving, one goes for a slide. Chad Thornquist victorious in duel one. On turn number 4 for the final time, Tinsley blindside. Demos has got to make a run to the short chute for the final time. All bets are off. Tyler Tinsley victorious from Daytona. Face up goes to 75 and win his first ever NR Night in America race. Unbelievable drive, unbelievable finish. Toyota back on top. Drake Berry victorious. Mitchum with the drive. Rowe on the outside. He's gonna do it. He's gonna get his first ever win in NR Night in America. Michael Mitchum victorious from Iowa Speedway. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Bolden with the run. Into the outside wall. Frank DeAngelis will play the strategy right and win it from Kansas Speedway. Alexander Balderas, both looking for their first win. Balderas to the bottom. Shamela looking for a move. Abraham Vila and Toyota will find victory lane down in the southeast. Vila victorious from Darlington Raceway. The block. The shove, the drag race to the line. Frank Horley, victorious from the World Center of Racing.
Nowhere for them to go. I mean, they just went sky high over the catch fence. Chris Downey, oh man, did he fly out of the track?
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Cuddle way too far back, and Kevin Champagne's gonna get it done in one hot night. The drag race to the checkered flag. Stanley, Walker, Page, 3 wide. Aiden Walker walks it off from Daytona Road. It's gonna be a photo finish at the line. Greenwood victorious from Talladega. And through 3 and 4, 3 wide for a second, won't matter because Justin Champagne will go to victory lane from North Wilkesboro Speedway. Victorious from the heart of North Carolina. Wendy, make your move if you're the one. Most to the bottom. It's gonna be a drag race to the start-finish line. Frank DeAngelis, no! Daniel Mosteller beat him at the line, victorious from Talladega.
And no, green-white checkers were not enabled. Jason Beckman has just won this race.
Through turn number 3, Wyatt's gonna send it in deep. Swaggy gets to the rear end, he gets in the back end of him. The bump and run at turn 4. Max Swearigan victorious from Long Pond.
Yeah, it's around where Tyler Tinsley is, and I know Truther was involved. Look at that. Oh, Truther blew an engine. I think he downshifted the way that thing worked. Watch this.
Because you see Tinsley right behind him in that 75. Wow. Yeah, that's not normal for just the draft.
Lyons is there to cover Tinsley in the wall. Nathan Lyons is gonna win at Daytona. a lot of passing, and it's already proven on the right side of your screen. Baker up 31 spots since the start of this race. Gargalo up 27, Schmidt up 26, and claim victory in Virginia. William Schmidt victorious from Richmond. He's not gonna get him. Can Alexander Russell put one last move into turn 3? Multiple machines around as Josh Kenyon will find lightning in a bottle and win from Talladega. For the final time to the Trial Bowl. Does anybody have anything for the 8 machine? They do not. And for the first time ever, Davis Lewis is going to go to victory lane in NR9 America. Victorious from Talladega. It's Dodge going to victory lane from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Jason Tammer victorious. It's all over. He's gonna do it through the Trial Bowl. Moore and Nardi victorious from Talladega. Time running out. Final time on turn number 4. Gavin Austin will find his 3rd career win in NR9 in America. Victorious from Daytona. This Burns 2 to make the move. Schmidt blocking top, blocking bottom, jumping around.
And it's going to be Nathan Lyons in the 4th spot. He's got it. That's your final 4.
Spencer Burns victorious from Daytona. It's going to be a drag race back to the start-finish line. TCB victorious from Georgia. Mummick's going to send him. Eberhard goes around. Douglas Newbigging is going to win it in a walk-off. Victorious from North Wilkesboro. 3 wide, this is for the win. Thurston in the inside lane. DeAngelis in the middle. They're going to squeeze. Mosteller might have just stole it. No. James Thurston victorious. And they all wreck behind. Tank on the outside. Cooney trying to shove Shaq back top of the board. He's got something right here. Carr's gonna get that run off corner exit. Drag race back to the start finish line. Shamela on the bottom. Carr on the outside. Jackson Carr victorious in duel 2. 3 wide, Kroenke, welcome back, my man. The Menard Chevrolet now leading back down into 1 and 2. Mason's got company in front.
He's
there
around.
goes the 3.
And he's into the leader.
Caution's gonna wave. Schulte went for a slide, no damage. Here comes Max Swearingen on the bottom. Final time down off corner exit. It's gonna be a drag race. Bowtie versus Toyota. Contreras victorious from the hills of Michigan.
Brower now getting the run. The 3 of Scott gets it to the top 5 of single file.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna get his first ever win in NR9 in America. James Beaumont victorious from Rockingham. Scott up into the outside wall, and it's the greatest comeback in NR history. Braden Mudnick is gonna walk it off from Darlington Raceway. Mirror driving all the way back around. Jacob Wilkerson victorious from Daytona. When is Frank DeAngelis gonna make the move? Final time to the short shoot, to the outside of Vincent Gucci. Frank DeAngelis to the bottom of the track. Gucci is gonna win at Daytona. Lilly trying to hold on 3 by 3. No one's going anywhere. 9 to go from the World Center of Racing. Because it can only be 1 by 1, and it goes to Red Bull here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Dylan Mason wins another one. As River Page is gonna shock the world and walk it off from Watkins Glen. From the Finger Lakes region of the United States, River Page victorious. 4 wide, back to the line. Who's gonna win this race? Pushing, shoving to the outside. Drew Jua, first career win at Talladega. Oh man, he's gonna do it. Through 3 and 4. 100 attempts. Hundreds of more attempts that we've seen from this 89, 86 machine of Wade Sanders. He's going to get his first win at NR Night in America. Lane Sanders victorious from Daytona. Kane, Huff, Wiles. Champagne on the outside. I thought Huff misses pit. Looks like just staying out. Bundren right to the rear end there at Chamberlain, but it's Gavin Austin now. New race leader here from Daytona. Out of the pocket goes to 65 to the bottom. Big run, big forward momentum carried. Ford on Ford. Mack through turns number 3 and 4. Contact.
Front though, Kenny Reel and that 8 car leading them just like Dale Jr.
Max Steinmeier trying to make it back. He will. He's going to win it at Talladega. Jordan Brand should change for Alabama. Won't be enough. Kyle Turzak is going to walk it off and win from Virginia. And Champagne will now make the field. Horley Baker now out. That's Byram and Lewis now fighting for that last spot with sticks on the board. Upstairs the block. Beaumont side by side. Push, shove. Schumacher into the forest. Here comes Beaumont. Chase Schaffer down on turn number 4. 14's the difference. It's going to be all over. Ford's going to go back to victory lane at Daytona. Chase Schaffer victorious for the World Center of Racing.
Welcome back for the Michigan International Speedway, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying going on here for the USA 500. Riding on with Max Swearage and a lot to look out. Oh, how about those overlays? Been promoting it for a while. Guess what? They got 3 minutes and 45 seconds before we go green flag racing. Jarrett, 10 guys going home. How do you think this is going to roll?
Well, I think right now it's going to be slim margins throughout the field, especially towards the back, but we're going to see the fast guys are going to be especially fast in this qualifying right now. We see Shimeo on screen as we run in that 09 car, getting really loose through the corner, smoking the tires out of 2.
Well, we're looking at this right now. Guess who just went top? Chad Thornquist. I think he's done with his run. He stopped on pit road. Gavin Austin now top of the board. Drake Berry continuing to roll his way around. There's Riker Byron. We just talked about him. One of the more pristine drivers, I would like to say, in NR Night in America. A lot of these guys still rolling around left, right side of our screen. Gavin Austin, Chad Thornquist, Aiden Walker, your top 3. Outside looking in, still haven't seen a lap from Kyle Turzak. How about Nathan Lyons? Time running out as they continue to roll.
Well, and there's a couple throughout that are still getting their runs in at the moment, but with about 2.5 minutes left, Gavin Austin still sitting on the pole. Here's Max Steinmeier getting out and ready to get his lap in that Red Bull Toyota. And looking at the board tilts too, there's still a lot of favorites who have not qualified yet.
Well, Jackson Carr goes 9th. There he is in the Holiday Inn, 33. Another one really excited for this event. Nathan Lyons, the driver for Rev Racing, on the outside looking in. Here's the bubble. Kyle Turzak, the short track specialist in the 88. He now sits 43rd. Tyler Tinsley, 45th. Andrew Schulte, 46th. Spencer Burns, 42nd. Clock continuing to tick.
2-minute warning for everybody qualifying. Get your lap in or don't get it at all. The Champagne still have not gotten a lap in according to our screens here. Down towards the bottom, Spencer Burns, 43rd on the board. Max Steinmeier, 42nd as they run. And TCB, 40th on the board.
Yeah, now he's back to 41st. There he is in that machine. Back to the line. This should be a good bump for him. 41st might get him into the show. No, he went slower that time by. Tyler Tinsley, 46. He's out of the event for now. Devins Baker, Andrew Schulte. Now Schulte back on track. He's going to spin it. And Andrew Schulte will not make the USA 500 without Turzak. He's in the wall, 45th. Spencer Burns in the 24, trying to dog it back to the line.
24 to the line now. Is there an improvement? Does not look to be.
Yes, he does.
Yes, there is.
Spencer Burns, 37. Now he has to sit and wait.
He bumped out Max Steinmeier with less than a minute to go.
TCB back to 41st. He is now in. 1 minute left. We haven't seen the Champagnes take the green flag at all. And this is going to spell doom and gloom. It might be an internet issue if both of them can't go ahead and take the green flag. Steinmeier out, 44th. Andrew Jamelin, he was worried. Now he's sitting on pit road to see if anyone will make the extra lap. Drake Berry in the 04. The underdogs have come to life. He's 21st as we continue to roll.
And Gavin Austin with less than 30 seconds left, still on the pole in that Dave Blaney Toyota.
We're going to continue to get the overlays back up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry about that. Didn't have it up. We were talking about the overlays, how great they were. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, hey, where do they go? Why aren't they here? Why aren't they on our screen? Well, guess what? Now they are. As we get ready to go green, Douglas Newbigging, 21st. Shot clock, good night. Who's out? Max Steinmeier, Kyle Turzak, Devins Baker, Tyler Tinsley, Andrew Schulte, and the Champagnes again will not make the show. They are absolutely abysmal when it comes to the e-tickets. Kevin Champagne won, but their win-to-loss ratio isn't that great. Making the show isn't even that great as well.
Well, you see it there, 49th and 50th, the only two who did not get a lap in.
It has to be an internet issue, but we can't change it up. That's how it runs. That's how it stays. And we, ladies and gentlemen, will get ready to go green. Gavin Austin will lead us to the green flag here tonight for the USA 500. Jarrett, the chat's excited. I'm excited. We're all ready to go green as we get ready to rock and roll. How about we start our lineup? Who's starting where? As we get ready to take the green flag here tonight and our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Let's take a look at the rows. Ladies and gentlemen, bottom of your screen, row one, no shock here. Carlos Truther, rocking and rolling. Gavin Austin down on pole.
By 1/1000th of a second. Now we got Swarjan and Dylan Basin, row two.
Row number 3, lock him in. Chad Thornquist and the fan favorite, Daniel Moss. Stellar.
Josh Lilly and Russell now, row 4.
Going into roll number 5. How this one? Jason Beckman, River Page. Page, the young phenom, trying to get it done.
Then you got Mitchum with Huff, the 06 and 66 on row 6.
Row number 7. How about this? Benjamin Walker, really named Aiden Walker, and Riker Meyer, one of the best names in NR.
On row 8, we got William Schmidt and Jackson Carr. Surely an electric row 8.
How about row number 9? Abraham Vila, Alexander Kroenke, or should we say Cranky? We've been saying it wrong for a little while, but he said, I don't mind, I'm just here to win. That's row 9.
And then we got Shaq and Wilkerson in row 10, about halfway through the field.
And into row number 11, Chris Downey, and it's the dog, Douglas Newbigging, ready to roll him out.
Row 12, we got Drake Berry and Tamer in the 20.
Heading into row number 13, Kenny Reel and Drew Jua in the back marker 58. He wants to bring that one to victory lane.
Getting rolling now, row 14, we got Thurston and Brower in row 14.
How about row number 15? It's still the 42 era, Braden Mubbick and Marty Shamela in the Mississippi 09.
Row 16, we got Frank Horley and James Bomar in the 41.
Row 17, Dominic Barbagallo and Davis Lewis. Davis Lewis driving that beautiful number 19. He's ready to rock and roll.
And row 18, we have Lyons and Jamalin in the 78 car.
Row number 19, bring him in, Dale Greenwood. And it's the Michigan hometown favorite, Chase Schaefer.
Row 20, Mason Moriarty and TCB just barely making it in.
And he barely made it in indeed, but lining it up. In row number 21, it's Josh Kenyon and Spencer Burns.
And shotgun on the field, Mr. Irrelevant will be Lane Sanders for this race.
Gonna be a lot of fun as we continue to roll around. Next time by, they look to be coming to pit road. Hey, it's abnormally hot in Michigan this week. 76, it must be El Nino. Track temp 83, no humidity, 1 1 mile per hour winds. It's November, isn't it? Well, it sure doesn't feel like it there as we get ready to go. As race analysts, how about that 500 miles, Jarrett? We're ready to roll.
250 laps. This is a sister track to Fontana, and many of you who have watched for a while know about those 500-mile Fontana races, 250 laps. Pit road speed, you're going to have to go down from probably 170, 160 in the corner to 55 under green. Pit window, 28 laps is about where they start running out. If you're able somehow to push it to 35, you might have the winning formula.
And the DQ saying goodnight from Michigan. How about this front row? Carlos Truther has just strike gold in NR Night in America. Nobody knew him in the summer, but everyone knows him now. Puts Dodge on the front row, and the young phenom out of Tucson, Arizona, Gavin Austin, lined up and ready to go racing. Next time by, we'll see this one to go. Who are you the most shocked out of as we get ready to go green?
I mean, I think the default has to be the Champagne's not making it, the 5 and the 8 car not being in this race. But I have to say, somebody who I'm not saying shocked by, but more I'm actually impressed he lived up to the reputation, has to be Carlos Truther in that 12 on the front row, just like Ryan Newman.
He's looking to get it done. Locked and loaded, his favorite driver, Ryan Newman, growing on up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get loud and proud just one more time, because when this field files back around to take the green flag, all bets are off. It's the one to go, and I want to say a quick thing to James Mass, driving that $50 Super Chat, saying excited to be here, and he's ready to rock and roll. Jarrett, it's showtime. Just one more time. Let's get ready to ride. It's the one to go in NR Night in America. The USA 500 already shocks around the sim racing world. Big names missing this show-off speed. Mechanical issues. And we got 500 miles here from Michigan. Who knows how this goes when we get ready to go green.
You see it now lined up 2 by 2. It'll be the only time tonight. Old 07 rules tonight for this race. Single file restarts tonight, so this is going to be probably a hectic start as it's completely out of line of what they're going to be doing.
Alexander Russell, keep an eye on him. He's going to be P8. Braden Movick has to come from the back to the front. Don't leave out the deuce of Frank Corley. He has an e-ticket win in NR Night, and he's ready to give it his all. Max Swearigan lines in the 11 up front. It's time to go green flag racing. Let's get ready to ride. Heading their way through 3 and 4 crowd coming to their feet. It's electric. It's proud. It's NR Night in America. Oh, so many storylines from the e-ticket events. They've started in 2021 and a lot has changed. Today we go back in time to 2007. Nostalgia, let it ring high as Veterans Day weekend comes to life. It's Toyota and Dodge on the front row as we get ready to go green from the Irish Hills. Just one thing to do. Light the fuse from Michigan International Speedway. Truther nose down in front. He's heading to 1 and 2.
He's got the edge coming into 1 right above Gavin Austin. Up top, we got Basin.
Basin trying to get that drive. Already a blink out of that 9 machine and that 48. But here comes the 9 machine on the move. That's going to be, yes, Mosteller to the inside. 3 wide for the lead.
And at the moment, the 48 has the edge. They stay 3 wide into 3 and 4. Now Gavin Austin squeezing the 12 as they get to 4.
Truther trying to go ahead and play with that right rear, but it's Dylan Basin on the outside. Ripping top. Goes to the lead early on. He will lead lap number 1 of the USA 500.
Red, white, and blue 48 leads the way. Behind him, Gavin Austin side by side with Truther.
You got Truther, you got Mosteller in the mix. You got Chad Thornquist back there in 5th, dimed up and ready to roll. Gavin Austin wants that drive off. He goes wide, way wide. Mosteller to the inside. It's wheel for 2nd.
Demo's getting the run up top early in this race. Lap 2, dives low for 2nd, trying for more.
Trying on here, Carlos Truther watching on. You already see 2 grooves coming into effect as the drivers in the Fast 4 are really just stuck sucking a pack together. It's Basin to the point. It's Basin to the line. Basin will lead once again with 248 laps to go.
But he can't go anywhere. Top three under a blanket. Demos looks low again. 48 goes lower. Gavin Austin trying to get the run up top, looking for the lead.
22 topside. Basin shuts the door. Now here comes Mosteller downstairs. Contact with the 22. Put him up. 3 wide for the lead.
48 got in the wall. He's going to fall back to fourth. Now Demos looking for the lead underneath Austin.
Underneath that 22. Now they're back wheel to wheel. No one wants to give this up as the crowd stays on their feet. Austin to the point. Austin to the outside. TRD back top of the board.
22 leads that lap. Demos trying down low again, side by side for the front four.
Well, no shock here. This top four hasn't changed up much as we continue to race on. Mosteller on the bottom, Gavin Austin on the outside lane. You can see how slick this track is, including for the November months. Most will yield, and it's the driver out of Tucson, Arizona, taking it back in the Irish Hills.
Now Truther slides in line, top 10 or so in line, but not in the corner. Down low, the 48 car hugging that yellow line. Demos looking for the lead again.
Continue to watch on. Truther fourth, Mosteller second. That Dodge wants it back. He's lined up with the Toyota, heading back to turns 1 and 2. These two have been fast in speed weeks all week long, and now they're dogging it for the lead, working lap 5.
Less than a car length between them now. They keep in line. Top 6 all staying together off 2.
Well, here's one thing we can talk about. No big one within the first 5 laps. That's the first at Michigan. I hate to go ahead and jinx anything, but so far it's smooth sailing at about 210 miles per hour. 5 laps in, these guys are already losing that momentum. You can see Swearinger 180 off corner exit. He might be still around the 2.7 range. Most to the inside. Most looking for the lead back to turn 1.
Putting all the pressure on that 22 car. Gavin Austin holds him off again in 1 and 2. Now in the middle of the racetrack, trying to get the run off.
Already about 5 miles per hour off of tire fall off from these guys. That 9 loose off corner exit. Just nearly fiddled with the outside wall, but he's able to just keep it straight and rolling forward. Top 2 have not left each other, but if you look at the top of your screen, you might be saying, why are those guys out of the race? They're not. They're just so far back, we don't have a read on them.
But still up front, the battle continues for the lead. Now, right behind them, Basin trying to join this battle.
He's back in third. Truther back to fourth. Max Swearinger, P5. Thornquist, Alexander Russell in the 17. He's been really flying under the radar this time for an e-ticket event, but most drivers that fly under the radar thrive when it matters the most. It's the battle for 9th. It's Huff versus Lilly.
Lilly has to yield position now, getting back up towards the top. Again, single file for the top guys, but still in the pack, 2 and 3 wide racing.
Currently up inside that top 10, you're going to see guys really start working on track position and where they want to pit, undercut, overcut, battle for the lead. It's not done. Gavin Austin has lost a little speed off exit. Mose is there. 7 laps in, and we already have to start talking about when they're going to come to pit road because, hey, it's already coming up within the next 20 laps.
But you're looking here, it's about a car length. This has been the biggest lead of the night. He gets the run through the middle of the corner. Gavin gets it off.
How do you get the drive off if you're the 9? You pull it the back end of the Toyota, and you start playing the game of inches. Mose wants to win an e-ticket event oh so badly. He's won about everything in NR Night in America, but this crown jewel. Dodge, Toyota, top 2. The bow tie fans, they're there in third. Truther under fire. It's Swearinger on the outside.
And he's going to get that position on the outside. Thornquist looking to follow him as well. They're side by side past the line.
Chad Thornquist is poised to find victory lane. He hasn't found it all year in a featured event. This is his time. He has the Domino's Toyota on the outside. He's up inside that top 5 now. Basin on the bottom. A horrible turn 2. Top 2 just can't get away from each other.
But now Truther has fallen out of the top 5 as well. And these guys from 3rd to 6th, though, are catching back up to the 2 leaders.
Everyone lines in, so Truther right now the biggest loser in this race. Went from 2nd to 6th.
Whoa, loose in the 0-0. He brings it up the track. Thornquist with a great save.
Has it locked in again. Here comes Truther from behind. A little look to the inside. And the battle for 5th is back on. Thornquist yielding, knowing it's still early on, but Dodge is there and they're ready to roll.
And look behind him, River Page starting to join this battle as well in the 55 and 7. Still side by side for the 5th spot, but again, Truther has to yield.
Mosteller lined in, now way under half a car length. not really looking to pass early on because he knows it's coming soon. Look at this mosh pit in the rear. Douglas Newbigging, Jason Tammer, James Thurston, 3 drivers under fire, going back 3 wide to 3 and 4.
And you can do this early on, but these tires are going away. You see how loose they are. Nobody can get away from each other. There goes the 20th Tammer down to the bottom to the apron trying to make a move.
Tries to get on the flat. That's William Schmidt in that 16. Now he is no driver that isn't used to the uncommon side of slamming that outside wall. He was in it about every practice session for the last 2 weeks. He just knows consistency and tire management is going to be key here tonight. Marty Shamela in the 06 is one to continue to look at. He is in position. He is poised up inside that top 20 with a lot of racing left to go.
And he's keeping it on the bottom, but he's getting loose. You're seeing they keep sliding up. If you're on the bottom, you almost have to make a slide.
Whoa, trouble. One car sideways. Stellar to the inside. I believe will be the first driver to go for that slide. I'm not sure if the caution will wait for it, and it very much will. We don't know who it brought out with them. And on lap 12, we already got one under our seat.
Well, Basin is the leader, and now the question also might be, well, he's falling back. Who else was involved in
Gavin
this?
Austin. No, he's up there. So they still have Gavin Austin as your race leader. I think the 9 just had a big slide. Did he hit the pit barrels? That's the real question. We have to look back on it.
I think he avoided it.
Wow. So the caution waits early, lap 12 out of 250, and they're definitely have to come to pit road here shortly. But let's go see what happened and why with the Moss Stellar camp. Oh, he just lost it off corner exit completely.
And he will miss the barrels. Yep, he will.
And he would blink out on our end. Let's see if he was driving a little bit differently this lap. We talked about how tough he was trying to be. Spinning out from that second position.
Well, look how loose he's been. He has been loose from the beginning of it. He's basically turning right in this corner right here. But he's keeping up with Gavin Austin.
And Gavin's been really smart, been really consistent. And I think that's taken a lot of these drivers by storm. You see it right here. He's already loose in the center of the corner.
Yeah, he is turning right through the corner, going left. He's basically dirt tracking it. And there it goes.
Yeah, you can tell these guys are really underestimating these tires. You saw Basin had to go wide to avoid it. Now, it could have been all doom and gloom for him. You can see he comes right towards
he locked
the
him
pit
down.
barrel.
Yeah, he locked him down. And maybe 100 feet to
Pit road. It's wide open. James Bomar off and away. Looks like he won the race off pit road. But it's really going to be Gavin Austin, Dylan Basin, Chad Thornquist lined in as well. So if you're Moss Stellar, you're in this camp and you're thinking, okay, well, if you're going to make a mistake in a long race like this, you might as well make it early, right? You didn't hit anything, no harm, no foul, but now you know where the real limit is. So he may have something that these guys don't. The big kicker, now you got to go through this entire field, and it's going to be a long race for him.
Well, and you got to remember, too, it is single file restart. So it's not like you're starting in row 22 back there being 43rd. You are behind every single car in a line. You might be all the way back in turn 3 when they're going back to green.
I'm going to take a wild guess James Bomar missed his pit because, 1, this isn't single lug, so he couldn't have gotten out in 9 seconds. Or 2, he just opted for the 2-tire stop.
We'll find out. I mean, he's going down. Yeah, he missed it. With so many in pit road, it's probably difficult to get through there well, and now you get Gavin Austin going back to the lead. Great run early on for him.
Well, you still got 43 drivers going for the win, ladies and gentlemen. A quick caution brings us back to the 1 to go shot out. Let's do it. Lights off on the top of the pace car.
You know what I noticed about that pit sequence? Nobody stayed out. Nobody tried 2 tires. Nobody did anything. It's 4 tires and fuel. It's basically like racing at Rockingham.
Tires are going to mean everything here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's already been proven. It's going to continue to be a big thing to talk about here tonight. Let's get ready to go green. Once again, drivers back to the rear. Those are the guys that are way back, so we don't have a true read on them yet. So we're going to continue to monitor how that goes. We did see Moriarty on pit road. We saw TCB on pit road. Keep that in mind as we get ready to go back green.
Well, the big thing to watch on this restart and restarts for the rest of the day is single file. You can pass on the right. That is legal. So you need to have it up towards the top. If you catch somebody sleeping, or maybe you hold back a little bit, you can make a move on the restart and get a couple easy positions.
Let's get ready to try this again. Fans back on their feet from Michigan. An early caution. No harm, no foul. 43 drivers still barreling down into turn one. That's something to brace for. Basin second, all chasing the Gavin Austin Toyota. Let's get ready to go green.
And you see them lining up towards the top, coming out of 4, getting ready. Pace car taking the hard left down pit road.
Gavin Austin, Dylan Basin, Chad Thornquist, Carlos Truther, your fast four. Grab a gear just one more time as we're back green for the Michigan International Speedway. Stack up to the rear, some drivers dotting out of line. It's all Austin leading to turn one.
And he's going to get about a car length between he and Dylan Basin, about 3 or 4 more back, but Basin looking low for the lead.
Dives to the inside, dives wheel to wheel. No one seems to stop that 48. Coming down off corner exit. They zip their way through. Toyota versus Chevrolet.
Spread out restart makes this the battle for the lead. Basin with the edge. Going down into 3 and 4. Clear, but here comes Gavin Austin with a run up top.
He thought about taking the air off that spoiler. His real get-go right here is to get the drive off corner exit. Not going to get it. Top 2 in a battle, but Dylan Basin will lead this lap. It's a mosh pit of machines back to the rear. Watching on with Marty Shamela.
Here you see Mubbock up top. He's trying to make his way through the field. Big Red up top. And down low, you got even more battling throughout the field.
He wants to make his way in, and he wants to make his statement known. He is not done with NR. Here's Mubbock back outside the top 20. Here's William Schmidt in the Sweet 16. You want to know what he sees? Nothing but machines in front of him. It's just a cluster working back to 3 and 4.
3 wide up ahead of him as well, and they keep it clean off the corner, but you're seeing they're already losing the handle.
Dylan Basin under fire still. Gavin Austin 2 back. We're not worried about that. The real get-go, or should we say the real kicker here, is what's going on up front inside that top 16. 3 wide, Josh Lilly on the outside.
And he's got a good run in that 45 car. Nearly has contact. Keeps it 3 wide. There is contact.
New bigging to the inside. A huge hip check. Will hold on to it. He keeps it straight. 3 wide still, as these drivers won't give in. Now they're 3 wide, 2 rows deep.
Still keeping it in the middle, and Tabor all the way to the top in that 20.
Douglas New bigging, Jackson Carr, Alexander Russell. You see Carr up and into the outside wall. Gets a lick once, twice. Now just a scuff mark on the right side of his machine, as William Schmidt will force the issue. There's still 3 wide going for position.
And you see they're loose. All of these cars handling terribly. Looking 4 wide, his car up top. He's going to think better.
Can't get it done. Watching on. Now here's the 2x2 battle as these drivers continue to roll. We haven't talked about Jacob Wilkerson here a lot. Where is he? 8th, and he is loving what he sees. Clear track in front of him, no pressure from behind, but they still have this mosh pit. New big, and now using the apron to help him turn.
But he was really loose there too. He's beside Lily. Tamer looking up top, 3 wide, goes to 20.
Trying to get it done as well. Here comes Tamer up near that outside safer barrier. Thought about it, thinks about it, won't give in at all, and that 20 machine is in prime position to try maybe a 2-for-1 special. Michael Mitchum and others continue to roll off turn number 2.
He's cutting it close. That 20 car has went higher than anybody else in the field. He is in the middle now, 3 wide, can't do that high line, but he's gonna try and pressure Lilly, but Lilly gets the run.
As things have gone on, the Chad Thornquist machine has now worked into that 2nd position. It's a racy day in Michigan as no one seems to be backing out or backing down. The battle for 2nd, Truther downstairs.
This all behind Basin, who has the biggest lead of the day. Truther trying to get the run. Thornquist gets it up top. He's got the 2nd spot. The 12 is loose.
He locks it in. Carlos Truther back to 3rd. Watching the back end here at Chad Thornquist. Who's up there that I'm not surprised about this early on? Matt Swearigan, short run specialist. The question is, how does it go for the long run? And does he have what it takes to take out that 48?
These guys are squeezing it. Careful. Oh, Truther in the wall. 12 is in the wall. They're going underneath them, getting past.
Tries to go through. Everyone holds on. 2x2 from the back end. Now Matt Swearigan blocks 2 machines and holds on that 3rd position. Who's in the mix? River Page, who just won at Watkins Glen recently. Riker Byram back in that 7th spot. Big underdogs up inside the top 10.
And Byram getting a run, looking for more at the moment. See the aerial shot, they're spreading out. You're seeing the difference between these cars.
Byram topside had a blink out. Now they continue to roll on. We look to see what's going on back to the rear. We have word. All drivers still on the lead lap. You see them all on the top of your screen. A lot to take out with because some thought, oh, we're going to have a long green flag run for the first 22 laps. Well, guess what? We're now back to about 15 laps, so they have to come to pit road.
Well, and we see the 24 there. Spencer Burns has made his way up through the pack, now to the middle of the pack. He started below 40th.
Chris Downey on the outside there of Alexander Russell should get the drive off. He very much does. And that tiptoe just outside the top 16 continues to roll. Lap 22. What's changed? Dylan Basin a half a second lead, but no one from second on back has been able to get away.
Well, Dernquist is starting to get a small gap because these guys are still battling for third. Swearigan, Austin still side by side in third.
Gavin Austin on the bottom, Max Swearigan on the outside. Now they make contact once, twice. They're laying on each other to the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh,
he's going to turn him. Gavin Austin up into the outside wall. His race just came up in smoke. Everyone goes to avoid, and the driver that led early on might be out of the USA 500.
Oh, and he brought that on himself. He pinched up too high, too aggressive, too early, and it's going to cost him.
Oh, no. Hey, 23 laps in, and we already have drama. I want to point out, we still have, when we get back going, about 225 laps to go. He's not happy.
Oh, no.
They got to control this because he is not happy at all. We may already have tempers flaring, and if this is the case, Gavin Austin could be suspended from NR night if he does anything too crazy.
He is speeding full speed back around the track. Slowing down, catching the field here. He is dicing his way back up under caution. We definitely need to keep a camera on him for a bit.
Yeah, we're watching. Admins have let him know to calm down. Wow, that's a lot of damage on the left side.
He's still going up there. They're giving him room. Everyone is giving him way more room than they
Matthew
probably
Brower,
want to.
hold on to it. Where are you going? Back in that 40 machine. And they told him to calm down, and he has calmed it back. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
He was a man on a mission.
I think he saw red there for about a full minute before finally coming back to earth.
Well, pit road's going to be wide open. Let's go take a peek at what happened there with Gavin Austin and Max Swearigan. We'll let the viewers decide who's at fault here. This is what they had coming back to the line. Gavin on the bottom. Swaggy on the outside. Who do you blame on this?
Gavin. He had such a good run going. All he had to do was he just had to get out of the throttle. Just stay off of him. He had the position.
I don't think Max turns down.
Well, when you guys are pinched together, it's kind of hard to control it. Man, Byram barely missed it. I want to see from both of their perspectives, maybe, to see if there's a difference. But that really looked to be on the 22. I mean, he kind of held his line.
You can see the back end sliding, and then all of a sudden, Swearigan finally gets the car centered out. But that 22 is just a dart without feathers at this moment. There was no control when he got tagged. I want to say it's a racing incident because so many were excited, but watch this hit to the left side. There goes the suspension. There it goes the rear end axles. You're done. I think you're done with this.
And you got the front of the car, too, and these cars are so aero-dependent. That might be a kill shot for him.
Well, the admins are discussing, and others saying that's on Max Swearigan on how that went down. So now everyone seems to be a little chased. We're going to ask the chat.
So he went down
below.
to start. That's the initial contact. Was he just keeping it into him there then?
Well, let's watch the wheel. From here we could see, well, we just went ahead a little bit earlier. So Gavin Austin, no, they're racing pretty hard. This is up to the point. You know what? Let's make this easier. Let's run the cockpit of Max Swearigan. Then let's go see where his wheel went.
Well, so he'll go down at the start. They're still beside each other at the start.
I think this is a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but this is about the line he was going beforehand.
We're going to move it just a tick. No, we were not able to find it. We got to get ready for the one to go. So sadly, we will not see it. So we'll leave the debate up to the viewers as we just got the lights off here.
But still, 24, 23 laps into this thing, way too aggressive on both ends on that.
I have to agree. Wow. This has already been a fun night. I think if you're a viewer, you came early, and now you start saying, oh, so this is what the first 25 laps have to offer? What are the next 25? Matter of fact, what are the next 225 laps have to offer as we get ready to go again? The one to go.
They're getting them lined up right now. We got the 48 of Dylan Basin up front. Thornquist sitting in the second spot in that 00 Domino's Toyota. That might be a pretty good restart. I mean, last restart, we saw Basin with a great run, and that's what got him the lead. Does he have a similar one this time?
Well, they calmed him down, and Bason's thinking, can we get the cautions away and just get these long green flag runs? I have a race to win, you know, and we're not going to get it by stacking this field up. But for Chad Thornquist, he's proven those doubters wrong. Look where he is. Let's get ready to go back green. Lined up, single file, ready to go back at it. Crowd on their feet. The USA 500, an interesting first 25 laps. Let's ride one more time. Chevrolet leads them down.
Early run there. Looked like River Page wanted third. Isn't going to do it. But it looks like Basin is going to fly out with the lead.
Chad Thornquist ripping top. Thornquist wants that roller coaster ride off that outside lane. Dirt tracking it down. Does he make up time? I don't think he made up too much. But man, Dylan Basin out and away.
He made up time on everyone except the leader. Top three split up with the rest of the pack getting racy.
All lines into the bottom. River Page now to the outside. That's in fourth. Riker Byram in fifth. Jacob Wilkerson and PBR. Man, they love this track. But I didn't expect them to be this quick this early on.
Yeah, they're really quick early on. Again, that early speed is going to matter to keep them, for the most part, out of the problems we see in the pack there of a lot of contact, but not completely safe.
Now let's talk about the track. It is rubbered in a lot. They were hitting 207 on the start. They're now getting about 205 in the draft. And this because the track has lost its speed, but it's really gripped up. I'm starting to see a lot of these guys figure out that second lane. Look how wide this groove is now. You see Byron going a little bit wide, and look at the stride he's going to get underneath Page. Yes, Page really missed the mark on entry, but it's a dogfight off exit.
And now they're beside each other. You see Wilkerson's speed here. He's going to be almost 200 at the line, and the side-by-side battle with that 96 and River Page.
Byron to the bottom, Page on the outside. They'll get ready for the 55 to maybe attempt a switchback. Never mind. He just wants to drive around the outside. Wheel to wheel as Byram yields. River Page holds on to the fast four.
And now Wilkerson trying to strike. They're going to get it back in line. Page fourth, Byram fifth, Wilkerson sixth.
Lines in, back 2 by 2. It's still a racy racetrack as now Thornquist is back under that 4 of a difference there to Dylan Basin. Carlos Truther, some said, one-lap hero. Lap 29, maybe the cards have been dealt right for him, but he's still up inside the podium position. Kroenke 13th. This mosh pit has not changed. It worries me as we're still early in this race.
They're still staying racy with it. Schmidt looking up top. He's trying to rip the top, and it's starting to make up time.
Douglas Newbigging, Sam Huff. Huff in the Best Buy 66, giving everything he can to keep that machine at bay. How about William Schmidt and Tammer? Jason Tammer, a huge win at Atlanta a couple weeks ago, put him on the spot for NR. Who are they chasing? Michael Mitchum. First win ever came at Iowa. He's up inside the Elite Eight.
And he is watching this battle behind him, but not getting away from it. Tammer looking down low. He has been electric tonight.
So Max Swearigan, they said no penalty. Way too debatable for that 11 machine. He races on in 7th. Jacob Wilkerson, 6th. Riker Byram to 5th. You know what's best about streaming? We get to see what the live chat had to say. This is what they're saying about the Gavin Austin in the Max Swearigan situation. 64% say Gavin Austin's in the wrong. Just 36 say Max Swearigan.
And watching now, though, the battle continues in the pack. They keep it double file for much of this racing. And you're looking now at the 06 here of Mitchum. He looks like he almost got in the wall there. He's going to keep it up top.
Max Swearengin out in front of these two going wheel to wheel. William Schmidt to the inside, lost that rear end, but keeps the foot in it down off exit. Schmidt a closer inside the top 10 early. Hey, you may have been right. I think he's got a lot of speed under that Ford Fusion.
And he's looking low again with that speed, trying to get the position. Not going to get it this time.
Carlos Struther knocking on the door. Chad Thornquist under fire. Dodge Toyota. That's back to the start-finish line. Struther downstairs.
He's not again going to get that position, but he's staying right on that corner. Down low for second in 1 and 2.
These two have been going at it for the first 33 laps, no doubt. But I'm surprised Chad Thornquist is up in that third lane. Is he trying to rubber up a groove that he only practiced in Speed Week? I remember sitting back and watching and getting things ready for this event. And Chad Thornquist is going that third lane. I was like, is he okay? Is he with us tonight? He's doing it now. He may know something that we do not. Keep an eye out for that Domino's Toyota. He has made up a little bit of time there to Dylan Basin, but not enough to really get your hopes up.
But the top three have really pulled away from the pack. These three are the class of the field as they run. The rest of them, they just keep racing among each other.
River Page there in fourth. Behind him, Riker Byram to the outside. Jacob Wilkerson looking back for that wheel-to-wheel. The battle for second, it's not going anywhere. Truther on the bottom. Thornquist on the outside, gets the drive off. So far, you got about what? 3-4 machines under a second. This is not over whatsoever.
Well, and it's looking like this pack is just taking up as much of the racetrack as they can. Byram looking at the top. You got Page getting loose in that 55.
Quick blink out by one. Byram in fifth. Wilkerson in sixth. How do you choose your weapons here? He goes to the bottom side there of Byram, and he's going to just creep back up. You're going to start seeing that dragon tailing a little bit on the front stretch. It's almost like how the Indy car is at Indianapolis to try to break that draft, but so far I don't really see it affecting guys this much.
Look, though, how much higher they are going in the corners now. The lane is widening out immensely as the run goes.
Kenny Reel's still on the track. It says out, but trust me, he is very much in. This is the difference right now. Half a second for first and second. Truther back there in third, really just still watching on. You go back to fourth, you go back to sixth, you still got 8 drivers under 2 seconds. I'm not saying that really anyone in the top 8 doesn't have what it takes to get to Dylan Basin, because we've seen before, just because you lead the most laps doesn't mean anything. We've seen guys really lose a long race like this around lap 150 to 200.
Well, here comes Wilkerson on the bottom, though, trying to get the spot from Byram, but he's going to hold him off for now down the backstretch.
Lined up, we're going to show it again now at the top of yours, or should we say the bottom of your screen, the top 5. Basin, Thornquist, Struther, Page, and Byram. I'm surprised about Byram, as he might lose a spot here to Wilkerson now. Coming down off corner exit, no, he'll hold on to it. Surprised about Page, not surprised about the top 3.
I will say, though, Byram is really starting to get the highest line going. He might do it again. Watch him in this corner. He has been way up high.
One on the wall, Truther.
I think Truther went a little too high there.
Yeah, he really ate up that right side, and you're going to continue to see the damage now. Not just a paint scratch, that's about the entire wall he just took with them as they go back down the backstretch. Keep an eye on it. You got to keep your car in tow, because this will be an attrition race at some point.
Well, and he's still keeping up now with those top 2. Here we go. Byram taking it all the way to the top as high as he can go, and he gets that run off. Let's see what he can do against Page here.
Let's point something out. This is the longest run of the night. Pit road, it's swinging open in about, what, 3 or 4 laps, should we say? So some of these guys might not go the distance on tires. Some are saying, oh, tires won't be that big of a difference compared to fuel. No, they're both severely a problem.
66 really loose out the corner. He's going to lose a lot of spots. That's Huff.
Huff holds on. Here's Tammer kind of just tiptoeing his way through, back up inside the top 10. I like Jason Tammer. I love this kid. He's a really strong guy. Blue-collar worker, doing what he can right now, racing at our night in America. Max Swearengin and company holding on. Michael Mitch up to the inside. A lot of drivers struggling. We're going to go back to see what pit road shows. No one in just yet, but it's swung wide open here shortly.
Well, the one I'm watching, again, has to be Tammer. He has been all over the place. Top, bottom, in the middle, doesn't matter. He's always passing someone or trying to pass.
William Schmidt really trying to squeeze in front of Huff. He goes back to the inside, and they'll hold back wheel to wheel. Basin a full second lead over the rest of the field. Chad Thornquist I think the main reason why is because he has to deal with Carlos Truther. That 12 will not go quietly into the night, but for William Schmidt, he may need to get that car to turn because he's really tight on entry.
Oh, it almost looked like he had a slide job on that pass. He's going to stay ahead of Tamer, but at what cost at this point?
And wheel to wheel, off to the inside. Tamer doing everything he can in that 20 machine as they continue to roll their way around. Michael Mitchum in 6th. Riker Byram here in 5th. River Page in 4th. Slipping and sliding on a Veterans Day weekend. Can't get any more 2000s than that.
No, you cannot. And watching these guys, watch the different lines they all take. Some are in the middle, some are higher in the middle, and there's others, like Byram, taking up the top side, bottom, everywhere.
Truther, another blink out. Once again, we talked about internet possibly being an issue for some drivers. If they don't get it fixed, they will get a penalty. And with how big this field is, and now I want to say 42 drivers left racing, if Gavin Austin can get back going. It looks like he possibly did. It's going to be a long outing for some of these guys.
Yeah, you can fall from the top 10 to 42nd in the blink of an eye with just one mistake. So the stakes are high, and you look at Wilkerson getting off the corner, really struggling.
They're keeping Gavin Austin up inside the top 30 on our leaderboard. Braden Mubbick way back. Indeed, here's Gavin Austin. He's all the way back here with Spencer Burns and company. So let's go ahead and give an update here. The overlays are wrong. He's 42nd. Spencer Burns, 41st. The only driver we don't have in the race now, Kenny Real, might be another mechanical issue for him.
Yeah, a struggling run for him tonight, but looking at this battle back here, and there's battles literally for last place on the track.
Here's Mosteller at 27th. Remember, he was involved in an incident earlier in this race. You got Will Shack back here. You got Davis Lewis, Frank Corley in 25th. And also you got Mason Moriarty making his return. James Thurston outside the top 20 with Braden Mubbick. These two have had an interesting, I want to say, relationship in NR Night in America. They get into each other all the time. Dodge, Chevrolet, James Thurston. It's going to be one cocky driver here in the future because he continues to win. One e-ticket event win, he's not going to stop talking about it.
Well, and look who else is with them, though. Somebody else who is strong, too. Abraham Vila towards the back. You got TCB back there. There's a lot of favorites stuck, mired in the middle of the pack.
Let's talk about Vila. He's outside the top 20. He's racing with the flu.
Oh,
yeah. This is a flu race for him, baby, and he's showing what he's got. There's James Bomar in 15. Douglas Newbigging going right to the middle. And Carlos Truther is on the wrong side of the stick. He's dropping back big time outside the top 6.
Might not be a one-lap hero, but definitely a short-run guy for sure. He's starting to fall back as this run keeps going.
Byram, 5th. You see them all lined in. Michael Mitchum, Chad Thornquist, River Page. I believe one just hit the wall. Is that Thornquist in the 0-0?
Well, they might have hit the wall. They're all really getting close to it, that's for sure. The line has definitely moved up.
Page closing into the back end of the Toyota. This will be the battle for second. Dylan Bason's in his own zip code right now. I mean, he is on rails. How about Michael Mitchum at the bottom looking 3 wide?
Not going to happen this time, but Page is going to keep it side by side for the second spot. At the line, though, it's going to be Thornquist.
Thornquist swipes the bow once, swipes the bow twice. He will leave the Toyota at bay as they now run way to the outside lane. Mitchum on the bottom, back wheel to wheel, Newbigging, Byram, Truther, William Schmidt, that's your top 8.
That run on the high side is so powerful late in these runs. You saw Mitchum was beside Thornquist, now still in 4th.
Well, 45 laps in, get ready, they're coming in soon, we know that. Mitchum on the bottom, Page on the outside. River Page has been showing a lot of speed in NR recently, and when you go to the gyro cam, you can see just how much this car is moving. It's just unbelievable how hard it is to just keep this car in one piece and moving in the right direction.
Well, he had the run on the high side, has the nose ahead now. He's going to try and dive to the bottom, get ahead of Thornquist. Is he able to complete the pass?
2x2, looking for a move. River Page, welcome to P2. He's got it locked in, and you just saw Dylan Basin go by. He's got about almost a 2-second lead on this field. He's running high. He's running everywhere, just having some fun. Riker Byram, 7th. William Schmidt 8th. Tammer back in 11th. Now these guys have calmed down. It's money stop time coming in. What do you think they'll go ahead and come to pit road?
Well, they restarted at about lap 26, so it's been about 20 laps. I would expect the next 10 or so laps to start seeing people dive to pit road. At this point, with it being a green run, you got to think that somebody is going to try and short pit and make those fresh tires matter earlier in the run.
4-car battle for second. It's not going anywhere. River Page on the outside. Lined up with Michael Mitchum. Mitchum just got his first win in NR. He wants to add into that a first-time e-ticket event winner. We gave him the 06 because that was the only number left. His entire PC combusted Page into the outside wall and can still stick with the 06 off exit. These guys have got it all lined in. Michael Mitchum, new PC, showing the speed of turn 1.
But look who's jumped up there. New Bigging in that 26. He's getting a fast run through the corner, looking underneath Page for third.
Let's look at this 6-lap average. That's the gap, at least what it looks like from him to Dylan Basin. So he has lost a little bit of time before green flag stops. Now, I hate to throw him under the bus. Dylan Basin is not the best on pit strategy. If we get a long green flag run, he will be the minority in this situation. So he's thinking, let's get as big as a gap as we can for these other guys that are the math whiz in NR. Don't try to come up with some formula to go ahead and outrun us.
But at the moment, though, he is fully outrunning them. He's, what, 2.5 seconds up right now? Somewhere between 2 and 2.5, depending on the lap, because these guys keep fighting for position. Second, now is Mitchum. The battle for third keeps going.
Douglas Newbigging, River Page. Page on the outside. Jason Tammer making up more time. Don't count the 20-car out. I just can't go ahead and say it enough. Not the best qualifying outing. He's really dueling it out with Wilkerson. More contact. Wilkerson to the inside. Does he save it?
Yes.
He does. No caution necessary. They will not throw it, and Jacob Wilkerson went from battling for position to now way outside this top 16. Wow.
And add to that, look at all of that damage to the right front of his car. So he is at a huge disadvantage towards the end of this run.
Chad Thornquist goes to second. He is closed in, should we say, phrase that, Chad Thornquist to fifth. He is closed into River Page. Page running way to the outside. They're ripping top at Michigan. Talking Michigan.
And they are, I mean, inches from the wall, and sometimes they're just almost riding the wall to keep that run going. Up front here, though, Mitchum Newbigging battle for second. 26 dives it to the bottom, but that 06 gets the runoff.
No matter how this race goes, Michael Mitchum can be happy that A, he got a lot of TV time. B, I'm checking the chat here and there. They seem to be really excited about the 06 up front, and the big taker C, he's up front in an e-ticket event. He is going to become a fan favorite at some point in time. Chad Thornquist has dropped back to fifth. William Schmidt has now locked into sixth. Max Swearigan, after his incident there with Gavin Austin, I think we just saw smoke out in front of those machines, has lined up in that 8th position. Working lap 52 at 250. But now we've seen who's got the medium run. Next up, pit stops. After that, how do you cycle through and not get unfazed by the attrition coming forward?
Well, at this point, it is starting to have that spread out feel to it, and we're probably 5 or so laps away from seeing that first person dive down to the pits, but they keep battling on the track. This still for second.
Michael Mitchum on the outside. Douglas Newbigging will slot into second. It's the Doug machine on the outside now as Mitchum performs the switchback. Dodge, Ford, wheel back to turn number 1.
Nearly make contact. That 06 going to dive low, and it looks like we have people exiting pit road. Looks like Abraham Vila.
One of the first drivers in. We'll keep an eye on it of seeing who's on. And off of pit road, still the battle now for that second position. Vila's got a lot of damage to his nose. He must have gotten into someone way in the back. We also got Spencer Burns on pit road early.
So that's going to be interesting to see if they make up any time. Look at that one car get the run compared to these guys. Are they going to take it down pit road now? It looks like Mitchum will.
Is. Here's Spencer Burns on the racetrack. I don't see any damage on him. I think it was just a quick little, okay, go to pit road early. And we're going to continue to see that Michael Mitchum takes from the third spot. Now back to the 20th
Smoke in the
spot.
back. There was smoke back there. I don't know if somebody got into a crash, but there was smoke.
One might be spinning, coming down onto pit road. We talked about drivers really missing their cue before. We do not have a read on it, so he will stay green. And now the caution has come out, as it must have been a huge incident. Jason Beckman, damage. I believe Joseph Armstrong threw that one, and we're going to go ahead and see what happened. Not trying to find who had damage, but that will be the third caution of the night, right around green flag cycles.
Well, right in the middle of it, too, so it's going to shuffle up the field. Some of those guys who pitted early might have to get a wave by on this one or be a lap down.
Yeah, so you said smoke on the front stretch. When I peeled over for the time being, it didn't look too bad. We're going to try to see who it was.
But you got to think,
in a moment.
You got to think, too, though, with the caution right at the edge of the window, these guys have to be right at the edge when it comes to just having fuel in these cars. And a lot of these guys that pitted, if they're able to get the lucky dog, if they're able maybe to stay ahead of the leaders, would be in prime position.
So the third caution is out. We're waiting to hear from the admins who did what. It's going to stack them back together again. Pit road's going to be interesting because we know most of the guys will now be coming back down and in. And they're saying Drew and Josh Kenyon, Drew Jua, in that 58 machine with an incident. And we're going to go ahead and take a look to see exactly what happened back towards the rear end. So this is Josh Kenyon in that 18 machine. I don't see a lot of damage, so that may be him getting in the back end of him. Still looking to see. There's Drew Jua. So they did get into it at some point. But once again, they're so far back that we might not have actually gotten a full read on. So we're going to take an aerial view here for a moment. And we're going to see exactly what happened as we get ready to see it. No, I don't see it here now. So they're taking a look. They're trying to figure out who did what. No, so we won't have a view on it. So we're sorry to everyone else towards the back end, but the caution did come out for that incident. So it's a two-car incident. Pit road, it's wide open.
And they're racing off the pits right now. Looking like Byram gets ahead of a lot of them almost. He's going to jump up a couple positions. Still looks like Basin, the leader out of the pits at least.
So the third caution is out. Douglas Newbinging will come out third. Dylan Basin will come out second. William Schmidt will come out fourth. Schmitty in fourth. Wow. He made up some time there.
Yeah. And he's been fast on the track too. I think the big part of this is getting those positions early and then at least trying to, I guess, maintain through the run.
So we're getting a read here. 42 drivers still left in the race. Kenny Reel, the first one out in that Red Bull 83. Because of how the caution cycled out, Michael Mitchum's going to be the race leader because the caution came out in an area where they couldn't lap him.
And you know what that does too? It keeps Gavin Austin behind him, so he wouldn't be able to make up a lap this time by. He's going to have to pit instead.
Yep.
And that's going to be a huge deal for him.
Yeah, he's just hoping for something to go his way. Gavin Austin turned the most laps out of anyone in practice for this event. They clocked him about, I don't know, maybe over 400, 500 out of contention for now, unless something magical happens. But, I mean, he's shown the speed early on. Yeah, he clearly had a foot up on the competition at some point, but it's really just a tough break for him in that situation. You put Newbinging now in that third spot. Dylan Basin lined in, ladies and gentlemen. The one to go. 3 cautions in the books, working the first 57 laps. We got a lot of racing left to go.
And with Mitchum up front, it's going to be interesting. Does he keep Basin behind him? Or does Basin get the jump early like he has in most restarts and just get past him right away?
Michael Mitchum, the underdog. What a story it would be for him. Recently got a new PC after his old one broke. He said, I'll get it in time for the e-ticket. I said, I trust you, but we're giving you the 06. He said, I just want 4 tires and a car in this event. That is it. Wow. A Sam Hornish 06 going to victory lane.
I've seen crazier things happen both at Michigan and with the Gen 4 car. They're lining him up now, up top. He's just got to get this good restart for now before anything else.
The Mustang will make the hard left onto pit road. as we will get ready to try this once again. Crowd on their feet. An underdog story is now in effect here during the USA 500. Can he hold off the juggernaut Dylan Basin? We're back underway, working lap 58.
You see him firing off now. Basin tried to hold it back a bit, but Mitchum sniffed that out right away. He was able to get ahead of him now by a couple car lengths.
Douglas Newbigging to the inside. Chad Thornquist up the gut through the middle. We'll have now William Schmidt right behind him. They go back single file. Coming down off corner exit. Mason has been able to hold on. Michael Mitchum holds the lead back to turn 3.
He does so on what's been an orderly restart so far. Gets out by about 3 or so car lengths. So far, no big battles yet, but we might have one brewing.
I think Schmidt wants that spot. He's there in 5th. He's looking for 4th. How badly do you want to lead or get into position to lead? He's to the inside of the Toyota. Can't find his way through, still watching all Riker Byram.
He stayed on that corner, and now he gets the run down low. He's not able to complete it, though.
Wheel to wheel, how about River Page back there in 8th? Sam Huff in that 9th position, watching on another underdog. This is the underdog event, and so many expected the big boys to come out and play, but so far, they're left on the porch, minus Dylan Basin. Looking for a wheel to wheel, he's closing the gap to the 06.
He's now only got a car length away from the lead, and he's looking for more, following right in the tire tracks of Mitchum. Mitchum goes low, now he goes high, into the corner, still with the 48 behind him.
Basin there, Douglas Newbigging creeping on in, Riker Byram, Chad Thornquist, here comes William Schmidt, wants the 2 for 1 off corner exit, gets 1, can't get 2, now stuck on that outside lane. Schmidt isn't done yet, he's on the move, looking to close this one out when it matters the most.
And he shuts the door down low as well, trying to get underneath Byram, who again is trying to get the high side going, but a battle for the lead.
Basin to the inside, Mitchum on the outside, Limbo on the flat. Now Basin to switch back to the outside. Chevy, Dodge, dueling it out to turn 1.
And now they take different lines again. Basin starts higher, diamonds the corner, looking low for the lead, isn't going to get it yet.
Can't get it here, wiggles that rear end. Now the launch off, wheel to wheel. Mitchum is trying to keep him at bay. This has allowed Douglas Newbigging to close on in. Basin drives it in deep. Mitchum rips lane 2. The Dodge might get back to the gas earlier if he can hold that 48 at bay.
Basin stayed on his corner, got himself positioned. Now he's even, but the 06 again with the run up top. He might clear him, but again, the 48 staying on his bumper.
Basin will not go quietly into the night, and Mitchum does not want to give up that lead. Dodge, Chevrolet going at it. Basin, the veteran. Mitchum, the underdog. Mitchum able to clear the 48 off corner exit.
And only a half car length between him. This is your distance for the lead. Into 3 and 4. Same lines again. This time the 48 goes lower.
And you can see Douglas Newbigging closing that in. Basin bamboozled, wondering, why did the yellow come out at that moment? This is now stack things up and put them against the 8 ball. Matter of fact, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on their way to try to squeeze their way into the lead.
There's a bit of a log jam at the front, but Mitchum still keeping him underneath, and now underneath him goes Basin.
Basin downstairs, tries it again off corner exit. He's able to make it work now as he's back, pulled alongside the Dodge. Mitchum on the outside, Basin on the bottom. Basin to drive into turn 3. Does he get it to stick? He does, but Michael Mitchum is just a prodigy in lane 2 through 3 and 4.
Basin did this before, and so did Mitchum. Mitchum ended up with the lead. Again, they're going to get the run down the front. This time, Basin with a bit more position into 1 and 2.
Douglas Newbigging is here, and he's ready to play, but 3 manufacturers under a bubble. This is the battle for the lead. Basin has been towing with this 06. Now he wants to clear. He washes wide. Here comes Mitchum, looking back to the inside, yields back, and now Dylan Basin can finally hold back to the lead.
There was an attempt at the crossover, but not anymore. Now Newbigging looking down low. All 4 of the leaders under a blanket.
Riker Byram up to lane 3, hanging wide and holding the prayer. Contact there for 2nd. Mitchum New Bigging wants that second spot badly because he knows that 48 of Basin tore those tires up. Dueling with the 06 Byram up and into the outside wall.
And he's still up there losing positions. He's going to completely yield this corner to the rest of the pack, still keeping it in fourth.
Douglas Newbigging, welcome to second. Now the question is, does he have what it takes to catch Dylan Basin? Doug is a big driver to talk about. A fan favorite on the short tracks, but is never really in the question of winning an e-ticket event. This might be his time to shine as Byram has company. It's William Schmidt.
And behind them, Huff got real loose, but now, again, Schmidt trying to get past Byram after that contact with the wall. Can't make it happen yet.
Schmitty back to 1 and 2. A wide arc for both those machines. He's going to cut it down low and now bring it back wheel to wheel. New Bigging, see closing in? He is not. A terrible turn 2. Keeps him back to a 2.85. We continue to watch on with Schmidt there in fourth. This is still a great race going on for that third. Now maybe fourth position as Michael Mitchum might join this party on forward. A lot of racing going on, working lap 66.
Mitchum getting loose through the middle of the corner is allowing Schmidt to catch up to him even when he's beside Byram. Now that battle for third is heating up even more.
Byram in fifth, wheel to wheel. New Bigging close the gap to Dylan Basin. He sniffs the 1.9. He's back to a 2.3. Mason trying now pick a different line to get away from this 26, but Ford is fast here tonight. Keep an eye out for it because they're on their way.
And that 26 now, he is looking low. He has it glued to the bottom of the racetrack. Basin about a lane off the bottom. So through the middle and start of the corner, you got the 26 making up ground. Basin getting a better run off.
Multi-groove race, and I just saw a huge dark cloud over the back end of the speedway. Now we don't have to worry about rain here tonight, but for some Michigan fans, that's something they don't want to hear at all. Just keeping an eye out for it. It is changing the way this racetrack is racing. If that cloud covers the sun, it's going to cool down. It's going to grip up, and it's already a very hot and slick racetrack in November. Things could change, and for Douglas Newbigging, that may be the little speed he needs to go for the lead. Matter of fact, he's going to try it right now.
Only maybe 3 car lengths entering the corner, exiting, it's only 1. He's making up ground slowly but surely, dogging the 48.
Here's the battle for third. William Schmidt has arrived. He's to the back end of Mitchum. Dylan Basin still has to deal with Newbigging. Doug to the inside. Basin in the middle. Doug painting that yellow line, trying to hold it back wheel to wheel.
And he's there. He is just putting all the pressure on. One mistake from that 48, and Newbigging gets the lead.
Well, early on, it looked like this was going to be Dylan Basin's race to lose. Now, he's got a prime suspect barreling back to 3 and 4. Basin loves lane 2 because of the drive off. Newbigging loves the inside lane, and he's right in the draft coming down off turn 4.
Still only a car length between them. Coming to lap 70 now. There's only maybe a car length and a half entering, but Newbigging likes to make it up on the bottom on entrance.
Basin to lane 3, Newbigging to the inside. Continues to cut the lead away from that 48 machine. Tries to pull alongside him, still too far back. Now it's just a car length separating first and second.
If he's able to maintain in 3 and 4, he might be able to make this pass. 1 and 2 is his strong suit. Down low, has a nose underneath him, but it looks like Basin's going to try to run again. No, he's loose. He's loose. They're beside each other.
Crowd on their feet. Ford, Chevrolet, Douglas Newbigging, new race leader in the USA 500. Basin may have a problem. He was terrible off turn 4, and now he holds on to that second spot, but Doug comes to rise in the Irish Hills.
And Basin, yeah, he is slowing up immensely. He's lost about 3 or so car lengths to Newbigging.
How about this? The battle for third. Schmidt on the outside lane. Mitchum downstairs, really fighting and clawing their way back to 3 and 4. Mitchum continues to hold on that drive in deep, but Schmidt's going to try this switch back to the inside of the Dodge. Looking, peeking, Mitchum out of control off turn number 4, and Schmidt just wants to get away from him. A lot of racing left to go. Do you yield if you're the young driver, or as a veteran, do you put him in his place?
John, last lap, Dylan Basin was 0.3 off the pace. He's falling back to this group now.
He's got a problem, and for a driver that has led a good portion of the first half of this race, should we say the first section of it, He's struggling, and these drivers third and fourth, they're ready to grab a gear and catch him quick. Doug Newbigging, race leader, working lap 72.
And Mitchum now in third. He's not going away. Coming back to the line here. We'll see if it was just a one-lap problem for Basin, or if it's something that's going to keep going to the line this time by. You can see the gap is starting to get smaller and smaller. Only a tenth off, but still slowing down.
Chad Thornquist, there he is in fifth. Now he wants a shot. I don't think Schmidt's too happy with how Marty Shimela, or should we say Michael Mitchum, was racing him, because now the 16 tires are torn up. We talked about Mitchum racing Basin hard, and then Basin had to race Newbigging hard. That 48 is probably begging for a caution, but a lot of strong drivers through this field as they're spreading out. Everyone chases the 26.
Closing in on a 1 second lead now for Newbigging up front. Here's that 48 of Basin in second. Top two starting to get a bit of a gap between each other. Last time by, though, about a tenth faster for Newbigging.
You know what? We got these new overlays. Let's do something I've been wanting to do ever since it came out. You know what that is? A nice little through the field. Let's start with Douglas Newbigging, your race leader. Was not really up there the first part of this race. Caution comes out, catches gold, and is running away. He is a driver you got to keep an eye out for, because if this race continues to go his way, he will find victory lane.
Then you got Basin here in second. Dominant early in this race, but it seems like the handling has gone away a bit. Hasn't fallen back to the rest of the pack, but lost the lead about a second back now from Newbigging, so might need to make an adjustment on his next pit stop.
How about Michael Mitchum? I'm going to talk about him all night long. He was not supposed to be here, let alone supposed to be inside the top 20. And he's showing everyone that Dodge has a hand in this race. He sits third now, but there being a long race and these younger drivers not known for doing well come the final half, he's going to be one to watch.
Somebody else to watch is William Schmidt in the fourth spot. Yes, he's about a second and a half back, but he's somebody, especially at these intermediates, who's able to be there when it matters. And right now, when he's at fourth this early on, that means he's going to be dangerous late in this race.
How about Chad Thornquist? He is tired of everyone in the Discord making fun of how he hasn't won all year. He's tired of everyone saying, hey, what lap is Chad Thornquist going to be out on? Everyone said over under lap 35. Well, he beat the odds, and he's running up inside the top 5. A 30-ticket event win, it's on the horizon as he runs inside the top 5.
Just outside the top 5 is Max Swarjan. He had that damage, a little incident earlier with Gavin Austin, but he's able to recover, staying up in the top 10, being consistent lap after lap.
How about Sam Huff, another underdog? Everyone expects an underdog to be poised and ready for Daytona and Talladega. No one had it circled at Michigan. This was supposed to be the veteran Z-ticket. But with some going out off of internet, some going out just by not making it on speed, it's allowed Sam Huff to rise to the occasion. He sits 7th.
But Walker in 8th is right behind him. He's probably been the most under-the-radar guy who's been in the top 10 tonight. Just quietly staying up there, silently creeping his way through the field, and he might get another spot here.
Well, Braden Mummick, how are you doing up inside that top 9? Now, we're not getting an actual read on him just yet. Maybe a quick minor incident there with the overlays, but Braden Mummick is one you have to watch. He's right to the inside, up inside the top 10. Not the best start, but he's starting to get those tracks lined in. A second e-ticket event win for the driver of the 42. Keep an eye out for it.
And River Page rounds out the top 10. Early on, he was racing for the lead, falling back a bit, but still consistently up there, racing with these guys, handling going away, going to have to make a few adjustments.
Jason Tammer has not left this Sweet 16. He hasn't had the top 5 speed to go out there and win, but he's been very strong in the top 10, top 12 area. Keep an eye out for him. He may just need one bold strategy to make the difference from finishing 10th, 12th, or maybe even first.
Well, somebody who seemed to be around him a lot today is Josh Lilly. Lilly sitting in the 12th spot, was in that scrum early on in the middle of the pack, running 3 wide. Now has sort of evened it out, sitting around that top dozen, and he's within striking distance of the top 10 right behind Tammer.
Chase Schaefer, this is his home track. This is his track to get an e-ticket win. He was excited. I remember back in 2021, he said, you got to do more Michigan. And you know what I said? No. And then he said, you got to do an e-ticket event in Michigan. I said, no. Well, both of those things happened a lot in 2023. Michigan's become a fan favorite from the hardcore NR9 America fans. And guess what? Up inside that top 15, and he's starting to get it going. Chase Schaefer might be there when it matters the most as he continues to roll.
Riker Byram is somebody who is starting to fade so far in this race, though. Earlier on, he was in the top 5 and top 10, ripping the top. Now, later in this run, he's starting to go back up there, but he's fallen back being up there, too. He's going to have to probably have a few things go his way to start making it back to the top 10.
Marty Shamela in the 09, another newcomer to NR in a way. A newcomer to the e-ticket events. A newcomer to running up front inside the top 15. This is a solid outing for him and a lot to gain, but also a lot to lose. All these young drivers know you got to make it to lap 250 to have a great outing.
Well, Jackson Carr's trying to make a move on him now, right underneath, going for that top 15 position. He's another one who's been quiet, who's stayed up there out of everybody else's trouble and is slowly starting to make his way back up the pack.
How about Mosteller? Remember early in this race, he had a race-winning pace. Matter of fact, he was battling for the lead. Well, off turn 4, went for a big slide, bringing out the first caution. He's 6-7 back, but has been able to track his way outside from the top 40 and down in. He had a restart 42nd on that restart. This is an NR night in America that you usually see for we call it local racing, right? This is an e-ticket event where if you have a mistake, it's going to be tough to make up that time. Doing well so far from where he came.
Somebody else who's a bit of a surprise being towards the back is James Thurston, the winningest guy in NR. And he was, I believe, one of your picks tonight to be up front. Right now, running in the 18th position. It's been hard to get up through the pack. He's following Demos through, though, finally in the top 20.
Alexander Kranke. Now, he usually races the big events in NR, but he's one of the more respectful drivers. A veteran of NR. Just one win under his belt, but around 2021, he was known for running up inside the top 5. Not where he wants to be right now, but is happy to still very much be in this race. Look at how this track has changed up. A veteran knows it's going to continue to change. Keep an eye out for him. 19th might not be there for long.
Rounding out the top 20 is Spencer Burns in the 24. This is his Super Bowl. He knows that he can win this race, but so far only made his way up to 20th. He's been stuck mired in the pack with these short runs, but finally has a bit of clear space and starting to make his way out of this back half of the field and up to the front half.
Alexander Russell's a driver you got to keep an eye out for. He was up inside the top 10 for a good portion of the start of this race, but man, has he dropped off and dropped off quick. Back in that 20th position. He needs something to go his way if he wants to find victory lane. A great first 35 laps, but man, it is trending backwards for the 17 camp.
And Mason Moriarty outside of the top 20, returning to an e-ticket. He's your, I believe, 2021 NWP 400 winner in that Wood Brothers machine. He's kind of just been outside the top 20 most of the day. Not really gotten into any issues, but not really made up any ground throughout this race as well.
And he's going to fight Jason Beckman here. Beckman's a driver that made, I want to say, most of the paint schemes for this event. Every time we do an e-ticket event, we pick a car track combo. We announce it way ahead of time. And what does it do? It sparks a renaissance on trading paints of drivers and just creators making paint schemes. He's one of the guys that went nuts with it. And oh, by the way, because of this event and because of those paint schemes, he went trending. Right now, just outside that top 20, wants to make up some time. But so far, it will be a successful event for him, no matter how it goes.
Barbagallo in that Paul Menard scheme, too. You can't miss this scheme at all. It's the brightest one. You can see it with your eyes closed. He's racing right now side by side with Drew Jua outside the top 20 or so as we get a read on everybody. He's struggling a lot. He just needs to stay on the lead lap at this point.
Davis Lewis is another one you want to keep an eye out for. You know, let's talk about Barbagallo with Drew Jua, because Jua just made a pass to the inside lane. Somebody you really want to keep an eye out for. Didn't test a lot. It was tough getting him in here. I was like, Jua, when are you going to test? You're going to do this? Well, guess what? Outside the top 20, I'm not surprised that's where he is. I didn't expect him to really be quick. I didn't expect him to be fast. But guess what? Jua is there trying to log some laps. He said, I'm going to learn off the fly. Just need a couple cautions to go his way. Well, luckily, he did get him because he is not a lap down.
Behind them is Lewis now in that 19 car. He's been sitting around that 20th to 25th place spot most of the day. Seems like every time he passes somebody else makes it back past. We see it right there with that 14 down low, though I believe he probably was off of pit road.
And the last one we're going to talk about, so we can go back to the lead because, hey, we got to start talking about pit stops again. Josh Kenny, about 10 seconds back here to your race leader. Josh has been all over the place. He's been in the back half of the field. He's been in the front half of the field. He has been all over this racetrack. But now he's in an area where he's saying, okay, let's calm it down, log some laps, and if something goes our way, we're going to go for it. You can already see guys coming to pit road, and that's probably what happened. Why these guys get going up and down? Pit stops being made, and they're showing River Page possibly up front. No, they're now showing Douglas Newbigging, Dylan Basin, and Chad Thornquist as we round out our through the field.
We're starting to see a lot of those guys who are in the back half of the field maybe trying to short pit, get a little extra good out of those fresh tires. Up front, though, the leaders, not too many have pitted yet, though I think Schmidt's coming now. So is Thornquist.
Thornquist better not speed. He barreled in there, locks it up. It's going to be borderline. We're going to keep an eye out for it, but that Toyota is in. Daniel Mosteller is going to join him as well. He joins from the back half. Who's in as well? James Thurston, Alexander Cranky. You got the 33 of Jackson Carr. Pit road is a hotbed for machines working lap 89.
It's a land rush onto pit road now. Those guys up front, they're going to have to choose. Do you let it go further out, or do you not let these guys get an advantage on fresh tires?
We're going to continue to look around this racetrack. Spencer Burns, another one to keep an eye out for. Carlos Truda, they haven't scored 40th. After how this race has gone, talk about up and down. Riker Byram coming in, Braden Moving coming in as well. Max Swearigan, Huff, River Page are all down and in. The land rush is on, and right now it's all about who can get this schedule in. Oh, by the way, race leader Douglas Newbigging is down and in as well.
No one yet has sped, at least from what we can see. So far, clean and green on these pit stops. Only 90 laps in.
TCB stays out. Here's Frank Corley in the blue deuce. He's heading back on the racetrack. Whoa, trouble here for Russell. He was parked in the wrong pit stop the entire time. Oh, he just lost about 10 seconds, and it goes from bad to worse for the DeWalt camp. Everyone else goes off and away, but if there's one mistake you can't make, it's park in someone else's pit stop.
Because those 10 seconds, that might be the difference of 15 to 20 spots on the racetrack. Now we see Mitchum back up to speed. Braden Movick down low, getting off pit road. Pit stops going by fast.
We're looking to see how they cycle through. So they got Douglas Newbigging cycling out in that second position. I want to say now third. Drew Jewett is in. Aiden Walker is in. Chase Schaefer is in. So Douglas Newbigging will cycle out the race leader, but Dylan Basin closed the gap, and he's fast on fresh tires, closing in now. Just about two the difference from both these positions. Should we say maybe about three?
Well, and there might be some others joining them too. We're starting to see a bit of a hopscotch up the running order of this race. Bomar up there, you got Thornquist there. He pitted earlier. I think the 41 pitted about maybe 5 to 10 laps earlier, so he has older tires, but the battle for the lead is still heating up.
Basin 5 back, not closing on Newbigging. Newbigging has it painted on the bottom. Bomar, Tammer up to 5th. If you talk about getting an advantage on and off a pit road, the 20 knows how to do it. Absolutely fundamental runs from that 20 machine. Outside the top 10, remember we talked about that going through the field? Inside the top 5.
Yeah, and he's going to get a little heat now, though, from William Schmidt in that 16. He's down low, doesn't have the position yet. They're going to keep it single file.
Schmitty there to the back end. They're going to catch James Bomar here, who severely undercutted the field. Bomar sits 4th. He's going to be swallowed up quickly. Not by 1, but by 2. 3 wide looking for position.
But if you're Bomar, what's the advantage of this? If there's a caution, as long as it's not you, you're going to leapfrog over maybe 20 different people in the field. So right now, it's still a win in strategy.
How about Braden Movick up to 8th, and now he's on the rise. Michael Mitchum on the outside. 3 dodges. We're looking 3 wide. Braden Movick is back, and he is rolling his way through.
And that was a veteran move. He used that slow 41 as a pick and made up 2 spots in the process. He's up to 6th and looking for more.
Schmitty 5th. Now he wants Tammer from that 4th position. Chad Thornquist in 3rd. Dylan Basin in 2nd. He is closing in on Douglas Newbigging. Big shuffles going on throughout this herd.
Yeah, Basin about a 10th faster last time by than the 26. Still battling here between Tammer, Schmidt, and Mubbick.
Schmitty to the bottom. Mubbick on the outside. Tammer is going to slot to 2nd. Braden Mubbick. What is going on? 2 for 1. Back down off corner exit. Braden Mubbick still trying to hold it back 3 wide.
Did you see what he did, though? He did what Basin was doing earlier. He's diamond in the corner, starting out high, going low. Can't do it this time by still 2 wide. No, he's cleared them both, but he is making up a lot of time. He's in his comfort zone.
Minnesota's finest gets the 2 for 1. Through goes Mubbick into the fast 4. Schmidt, Tammer back to 5th and 6th. The rest of this field may have to start shaking because he's looking for that 2nd e-ticket event win.
And the interval up front is under 0.3 of a second. Basin 0.2 faster than Newbigging up front last time by.
Everyone lines it back up. Basin closing in. 3 back, 2 back, a 2-6. A 2-5. Douglas Newbigging losing speed off turn 4.
Basin has recaptured that speed he lost earlier. Now maybe a car length between them entering 1.
I think Newbigging's probably thinking also, hey, let's save it and let's bring this guy back wheel to wheel. We know Basin's now new weakness. You pressure him, he can't hold on. You get him in clean air, he's going to walk his own way. These two have lined up back nose to tail, and we're ready for a dogfight in the Irish Hills.
And I think both can smell blood in the water from each of them. One knowing that the other can be susceptible to pressure. Down low, that 26 car painting the yellow line. So is the 48, but he keeps it lower.
Basin a 2-3. Basin a 2-2. Basin 2/10 back to Douglas Newbigging. The Ford camp has started fading as Chevrolet rises back to turn 1.
You see, watch, he started up high. He's now went about a lane lower. He's going to try and get the run off, and a caution is on the racetrack.
And that's going to go ahead and change some things for Newbigging. It's going to be a big sigh of relief as we're going to look around to see what happened. Oh, Max Swearengin. A lot of damage on the nose of the 11.
Where's the 22?
That's what I'm going to start wondering too.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Look at that's a lot of right front damage on that 11 car. And John, am I seeing double or again like the 22 did? He started passing some guys. I didn't know if he saw red there, but we need to see what happened between him and whoever he got into.
I want to retract a statement as I got a nice message from Braden Mubbick. He said 35th to 4th. Who doesn't have what it takes to win? And also, when we're doing the countdown to green, he said, what Tennessee water is going on? Oh, this is a Gibbs on Gibbs situation.
Yeah, man, that's bad.
Max Swearengin, 2 for 2, put him in the show.
Well, the 22 is innocent.
Let's watch it again. These guys are battling all 3 apiece.
John, you know, I remember watching a race from the 2007 season at Daytona.
As a Tony Stewart fan,
yes,
I was not happy about that.
Where these 2 cars got to, oh wow, that 20 is loose. He has been on the edge all night, but these 2 cars got together before. And we might be seeing a repeat of history, I think, on this one.
Let's watch it again.
So the 11 is right on his right rear corner.
He just kind of came up, I think. We're going to have to slow it back down. I was looking at the chat and everything. So you got room. No, Matt, look at the wheel. You can just see that little pinch of orange. So Max Swearengin didn't go 2 for 2. He's batting 500 today, I believe. Or maybe 0 for 2. It really depends on how you see it, but he's been involved now in 2 situations. Very tough to go ahead and look at Max and go.
I kind of wonder if the 20 knew he was there or not, because he wasn't high of him beforehand. But Newbigging wins the race off pit road here.
This is big. So we're working lap 99. I'm looking at the chat here, and a lot love the overlays, Jared. I'll point that out.
I want to point out two people as well in the back half of the top 10. In 8th place, we have Bomar. The strategy worked. He has leapfrogged a lot of them. And Daniel Mosteller has re-entered the top 10 now. So that's going to be, he is going to be a factor in this race.
Well, this is a big thing you have to look at. Joseph Armstrong, no matter how you have your opinion on him, an amazing adamant,
yes.
right? And the big thing is he's looking at these drivers, he's like, one, I can tell they're racing with etiquette, right? Two, I can tell they have some type of strategy going on. And three, small incidents, we might as well throw it because they have all set the bar for how to race tonight. Props to every driver in this field. I mean, it's been absolutely astounding. And Joe was able to recognize that and say, okay, we make the adjustments how times go on. Working lap 99, I think Joe's been doing a fantastic job.
Definitely. And there's so many of these guys still out here. I want to say that there's, what, maybe 41, 42 of them still out on the racetrack. They're racing great. We're now 100 laps into this race, closing in on the halfway mark, and we have seen, I just think, some clean, good racing so far. And I am wondering, again, is the 48 going to get a run, or is he going to be held off on this restart? We saw the first two restarts, the 48 was the aggressor. Last restart, he fell back early on, so that's going to be something to watch about maybe, what, next time after that?
Yeah, so we're going to get the one to go here, and we will try this all again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. This has already been one of the greatest events within the first 100 laps. Driver parity, drivers going at it. Braden Mummick, he's in fourth. Oh, man, I can't believe I counted him. I said, man, you don't have what it takes. These guys have come to play in the fall. He said, excuse me? Mr. Frat Boy put the beer down and put the sim seat back together, and he is up inside the fast four.
Yeah, watch out for old Big Red back there. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move this time on Thornquist.
Basin in second. Lined up, fans getting back on their feet once again. Virtual crowd. We actually have people watching the race in the stands with their VR headsets and all excited for what's to come. The 26 of Douglas Newbigging. The 48 of Dylan Basin. 2x2, or should we say single file on the outside lane. 150 laps to go in the USA 500.
Great restart there by Newbigging. It looked like the 48 was going to stay right behind him. He kind of snookered him there. Gets about 2 car lengths.
Old style restarts, which means new strategies for a lot of these younger drivers. Thornquist is in third. He's got locked to the bottom side. Dylan Basin, a great drive off turn 2. He has now closed that gap back to Newbigging, but Doug had such a great start. He's able to keep the gap to about a minimum.
And you're seeing the different entrances here. 48 enters higher, goes lower through the middle. That's how he's trying to make up ground, while Newbigging's about a lane off.
Great drive off for the 26, but Basin may have gotten a better one. 1.8 the difference, 1.7 the difference. Douglas Newbigging wants to hold the lead, but Dylan Basin's ready to take it back.
And behind that, Mummick looking for that third spot. He's going to go up high. Dime in the corner again behind the 00. He's making a move for third.
Battle now for that third spot. Thornquist holding on. Braden Mummick, welcome to the top 3. Gets a nose out in front, and here comes William Schmidt right behind.
And now up front, the battle for the lead heating up again. The 48 only a car length back. Gets loose though in the middle of the corner. He might lose ground. Nope, not gonna. He's staying with them.
Lines up, nose to tail. Mummick to third. Thornquist. Schmidt. Wheel to wheel. Schmitty with a drive. Down to the inside. Thornquist on the outside. And Schmidt is able to get into the fast 4.
Watch this line the 42 is running. He's making up time on those top 2. He starts 2 lanes off the bottom. Gets right down to the line, and then after that gets the runoff. Watch him this time if he does it again.
Yeah, the only thing is we can't get his overlays up. You don't know why? Because he pit starts, so it didn't fire in the code. Basin there in second wants that spot. Braden Mummick, I'm not mistaken, we're starting to also read. He's probably the fastest driver on track right now, working lap 103.
He's about a tenth and a half faster than those 2 leaders. He's running a 38.4. The fastest after that, a 38.5.
New Bigging on the bottom in full defensive mode. He knows how to keep Basin at bay. He gets the drive off, but Basin looks to the bottom, continuing to look and peek and find a way around that 26 machine. Doug, a great defender, puts Basin to the outside lane. Basin rips lane 3, trying to find a way through.
And that 42 car is there. He has entered this battle. He's maybe 3 or 4 car lengths behind the 48 now, right in camera shot.
Looking top, maybe. They're all going to jump back to that outside lane. Mubik in third, closes a gap. Top 3 under a half a second. Basin on the bottom. New Bigging on the bottom. Ford, Chevy, and Dodge lined up 1, 2, 3.
And Schmidt is staying right with these guys too in the 16. He enters this battle.
Schmitty there for SKS, won e-ticket event 1, the Ford 400. Basin at the bottom, lines up with Doug. He's trying everything in his power to stick with that 26 machine. He gets the drive on the outside lane, just can't find a way around the Ford.
He might look to the apron, does this time. Maybe 3 feet between them. He's right on the corner, thinks better of it.
Jumps back to the outside again, goes to 48. New Bigging runs in lane 2, keeping an eye on the seam. Mubik, pain in the inside lane. Schmidt back there in 4th. Who's joined 5th? Still Chad Thornquist. Michael Mitchum will not give away. Here's the battle for the lead.
Down low goes Basin. He's got the move. He's there. He's cleared the 26. Does New Bigging get the run? No, he does not. Basin to the lead.
48, top of the board. He's going to hold on. Braden Mubik is now close to the back end there, the 26. 2 car lengths, maybe 1 the difference between 2nd and 3rd. 42 versus 48. This is going to be something we're going to talk about for a long time.
But New Bigging is not going away just yet. Staying right with Basin through the corner. Keeps it low. Basin loose, but he keeps the lead.
Doug is there. Braden Mubik, drive off, corner exit. This is going to be a big battle of the powerhouses if we see a swap for 2nd and 3rd. And oh, by the way, the closer is there in 4th. 4 big names in our night in America, under half a second.
Yeah, under half a second. Schmidt looking for more. Mubik looking for more. And now Basin slowly putting a gap on that 26 car.
Lines up. Who doesn't love Michigan? Absolutely electric racing. Working lap 108. New Bigging to the bottom. Paints the yellow line. Keeps it straight. Keeps it forward. I'd watch out for William Schmidt. I see the chat losing on the 42. But that 16's right there. New Bigging in the wall.
He's in the wall, goes low. Now Mubik is there up top. He's got the position on the high side. New Bigging dives low. Mubik high. Through 3 and 4, the 26 maintains for now, but Mubik is there.
Braden Mubik, top side, keeps it off the fence, lined up wheel to wheel. New Bigging will yield, and Dodge now finds its way into that 2nd position, not for long, because New Bigging's able to hold it back to turn 1.
Now it looks like Mubik trying way higher up the track. He stays in that 2nd lane, gets the run down the back. He's got 2nd for now.
Braden holds on. 2 Fords around him as the blue ovals start putting a frenzy on these drivers inside the top 2. New Bigging, one of the best at defense, way to the yellow line. Clips it, loses momentum, loses 1 spot, might lose 2. Braden Mubik locks in P2.
And behind them, Thornquist has stayed in this, and they brought Mitchum back up with top 6 now, getting away from the pack. Now Mubik trying to run down Dylan Basin.
Fans, get on your feet. Who is also joining in? Daniel Mosteller in 7th. How did he make up that time as well?
And he's got River Page right behind him as well. Nobody getting away so far on this run.
Wow. So the comers and goers have now all come back together. Battle for the lead. Mubik has closed the gap. It's 2-6 the difference. He loses speed to the center.
New Bigging really loose through the corner. Loose off too. That's going to bring Thornquist back into it. 0-0 looks low. Going for 4th.
Here's Schmidt. Lined up nose to tail with the Dodge out in front. It's Chevy, Dodge, and Ford up inside the top 3. Thornquist with a squeeze. Thornquist to the inside. Mitchum's come to play. This top 6 well under a second from each other.
26 with the run up top. He's going to keep the position for now. Basin with a small gap, about 0.3 a second over the field.
Mubik lined in. I think he's happy to be in this position. He knows he has the speed to catch Basin. But now, you got to think long run. One to the wall, River Page.
and that 55 is basically wall riding unintentionally. He's going to lose a bunch of spots here. And how much damage does he have now?
He's going to get swallowed up. Who's also on the move? Chase Schaefer to 9. We just talked about these guys not doing well within the first 100 laps, and now they've turned the wick up. A lot of underdogs have now dropped back to their original 16th, 14th positioning, but man, a lot has changed early in this race.
Well, you got to think the track's changing, cars are changing. You see some going underneath the white line down the back, probably loose. And now the battle for second. Schmidt looking on the high side of Mubik. Mubik holds him off for now.
Gets to drive off, lined up nose to tail. The 42 is able to keep that 16 at bay. Oh, Schmitty wants that USA 500 logo next to his name in the Discord. Who wouldn't? What an iconic logo is made by Jason Beckman. Very 2000s-ish, as second, third, and fourth are really lined in, trying to track back in Dylan Basin. Here's a big difference. Basin isn't gaining time, isn't pulling away. The gap 2-7, Mubik closing in.
Everyone in the top 5 behind him has run a faster lap last time by. Now Mubik getting away from Schmidt, closing back into him, coming to lap 114.
Mubik P2, Thornquist to the inside, wanted a bite, couldn't get it on the 16. Now jumps to the outside, still nowhere to go for that 00. He's trying everything, and I mean anything, to find a way through. Chad Thornquist in fourth, back to the inside.
Diving down low, but not going to get the run. That is for Schmidt up on the high side. He's loose, but he keeps it going right to the back bumper of that 42, right to the back bumper of the big red car. The 48 in the wall for a moment.
Yeah, he caught it with that rear end. We saw a little smoke in the rear, but no signs of a caution just yet, so we'll stay green. Michael Mitchell. I said most of the underdogs have gone away. He is not. He is officially a prime contender up in that 5th place spot. He's tested multiple times to get ready for this, and he's showing that practice makes perfect. Up inside the top 5, duel with the best in NR.
And now we're seeing 3 different lines between these guys in second, third, and fourth. Thornquist looking low on Schmidt again. Can't make it happen. Gets in line.
He thought about it again. You see Schmidt being a really strong driver. He knows when to attack. He knows when to defend. And he's in an area right now where he can do one or the other. He can attack the 42, but watch this. Gets the nose chopped off. Who gets the momentum? Chad Thornquist. Now you have to start thinking, okay, defend, because Chad's going to get a run. If I can't find a way on this 42 anytime soon, does a 00 get way too aggressive? Does he lose the etiquette and get very feisty? We all want to catch Dylan Basin, but right now that 42 has lost a lot of speed. If I'm Schmidt, I find a way around it quick.
But at this point, too, it is still early, and I think these guys know this. They're racing smart. Wow, New Bigging loose off the corner, nearly loses it, still loses some time, but keeps his position.
Walker 7th, Most now up to 8, Chase Schaefer up to 9. The gap from first to second is half a second back. But here comes the 16 of Schmidt on the outside lane, losing time. Who's in the grasp? The 00. Chad Thornquist ready to bite.
I want to look at the back half of the top 10 for a minute. Spencer Burns has entered the top 10 in that 24 car. 10th position from, 41st, starting 40th, somewhere around there. He was about caboose on the field, now in the top 10.
I want to talk about Spencer Burns just for a minute, because he's someone you want. Well, he didn't win the race. Sorry to go ahead and put that one up. But he is someone you've really got to keep an eye out for, because he's someone that won't be strong early on, but will give it his all late. He was as low at one point, I believe, as around 40th, maybe somewhere give and take. He was nowhere to be seen, so you got to really keep an eye out for him. He has what it takes to go to victory lane, and now running up inside this top 10, one caution or a pit cycle away from getting up inside the top 5.
I want to point this out. He's been running speeds near or faster than the leaders. The time before last, he was the only driver in the field in the 39-second bracket. So he gets some track position, he'll be a threat.
Lowest is 41st.
That's where he started.
He's hung around there for a long time.
Yeah, he made up 31 positions so far in a race that's been very difficult to make passes in.
Well, let's look even further. Might as well have that stat ready. What about Braden Movick? He said he was at one point 35th. I'm not sure if he went as far back, and once again, can't get the update on him because of where he was. Chad Thornquist, lowest is 16th. Chad's been the most consistent driver up front so far, minus Dylan Basin.
Yeah, he's been up there basically dicing it up with everybody. He has raced against just about every person up there. Schmidt, same way. If you're seeing these lowest of being like 19th, 16th, a lot of that was through green flag pit stops too.
Yeah, that's something to keep an eye out for. How about this? We're going to see 3 wide for position. Thornquist on the outside, Schmidt in the middle. Mitchum wants them all, and here comes New Bigging, really putting a thorn in the side of his competition.
That right there is maybe 3 car lengths worth of space for 4 cars right now. Look at that 06 with that run down low. Gonna try and slide ahead of these two. New Bigging and Schmidt might. Oh, wow, he is loose.
Hand over fist, 3 wide still. Put the Dodge up the gut. Put the Fords on the ends. New Bigging downstairs. Schmidt on the outside. No one backing out. Mitchum, a huge drive in.
Mitchum is sawing that wheel back and forth, but he managed. Wow, he is loose again, but he keeps the position. He is on the ragged edge, the thread now in the needle.
New Bigging on the bottom. Does he give him room? He does. Back to turns 1 and 2. But Mitchum in the middle has now been able to find his way through the Williams Schmidt machine. Talk about Schmidt being smart, knows when to back off. He is right in position right here to possibly take the 26 away. But Mitchum, how about a bold driver, including very early in this race still.
Well, the high side is starting to come back in. So you kind of got to get to that second or third lane. Schmidt trying to make the move on New Bigging. Can't make it happen just yet. And behind them is Walker. He's entered this battle.
He's a driver that I didn't expect really to make this stride, including how he started. He was about the back half of the field for the first portion of this race, but his driver, or should we say his team, really got it connected on that last pit stop. That car has gotten connected. They are running that third lane. I don't think I've ever seen Michigan get that dark up to that third groove before. This is serious multi-groove.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to get higher and higher up the track as they go. They have used every inch of this track. You're going to have to start seeing some slide jobs, I think, in the second half of this race.
Mavic 1 second back to the driver in the lead, but I don't think he is mad at all. He knows things go wild here in these events. He knows things can go wrong for others. To make up from 35th all the way up there to now that second spot, I think Basin just hit the wall. No, that was not. It was a lap machine out in front of him. And I believe that was Andrew Jamelin. It was huge hit to the right side of that 78.
Oh, that car is crunched up like a soda can at this point. He's just trying to survive out there. Basin's going to swallow him up probably in the next lap. But I want to bring something up, John. We have seen so far today the most cars in an incident be 2. We have still not seen that Michigan big one you've talked about. I don't think we'll see it just yet. They're spreading out. But we're entering the second half of this race in only about 2 laps.
That's true. Now that you mention it, wow. And it's been a strong race. And that just shows once again, clearly for young viewers that are watching back at home, very educational here. You don't need a huge wreck for a race to be entertaining. You just need solid racing. A couple cautions here and there to shake things up, yes. But at the same time, look at these big names. Dylan Basin, Braden Mullen, Chad Thornquist. We get a late race restart. They're all going to be putting it all on the line. That's if we get it. And the big thing is, we don't do stages in and on. It's not a part of our culture with the community. So, what does that mean? Very much like baseball. It can be 0-0 up to the 9th inning, and that's when you want to get on your feet. Because anything can happen at any given portion. I know race fans don't like using stick and ball sports as a reference, but I'm just going to use it in this situation. That's how it was back in the day. You could have a green flag run until maybe those last 50 laps, and then all of a sudden, you open up a can. Well, this race, we've seen a good handful of cautions, what, 3 or 4?
Yeah,
around that area.
4.
So then you start thinking, where is that super long green flag run? Do we get that super long green flag run at all? And do we get the caution? The unknowns, the curiosity of what may or may not happen makes this a very interesting race.
Now looking as we have now hit the halfway point of this race, The 41 of Bomar has jumped up through the field. He is a lap down, probably has pitted at this point, and watch him. He is flying. This is the difference between new tires and worn out tires. Look at this run. He's going to get cut off by Muvik, and he's just going to go right underneath him.
He's doing the super undercut. We want to say thank you to Eric W. for gifting 5 memberships, but with what James Bomar has done here has shown, hey, the unknowns are very much still here. The impossible could be possible, and he's also thinking an area fuel lottery. Well, think of how this is added up.
Well, that too, and you got to think, they run this full run and don't have a caution like the last couple might have been. He might cycle out the leader because of how much faster he is. Like, look how he has pulled away from these guys. He's probably, I want to say, closer to Basin now. Yeah, he is running him down. He's going to unlap himself probably in a lap or two.
Well, he was one of the first drivers to strike on the pit road. You can see Chad Thornquist and company, they calmed it down a little bit because now instead of they're thinking of go for the driver out in front, they're maybe thinking, how do you get the pit road? I think Muvik was thinking that here this time by. Very slow on entry. And Chad Thornquist has been able to close on in on him. Keep out here for Braden Muvik. He might be striking early as well. That same mindset of, okay, no stages. It all comes down to strategy. And how many fuel mileage races have we had at Michigan?
A good amount.
And here's the thing. With the pit cycles being about lap 28 to lap 32, you can save fuel. You can save tires by a good amount.
If we can. So last time by Basin did a 40-22. What did Bomar do last time by? Because he is flying. He's unlapped himself half a lap after I said laps from now.
39.3.
Yeah, he is a second faster with those fresher tires, and he is just now putting more and more and more time on who are currently our leaders.
Douglas Snoop big into the bottom. Chad Thornquist swipes the bow. Now keeps him at bay. Doug's another one to keep an eye out for. He's led a good portion of this race. He knows how to beat Dylan Basin, and that's what it may come down to here tonight. Basin has led the most laps. Basin has already been the fastest, at least for the most part of this race, until Doug really took the tires from underneath him. So you got to keep an eye on this. The drivers that know the strategy on how to beat Dylan Basin and know the weak links of the 48 will go to victory lane if they can go ahead and get back to the rear end.
Yeah, they are just, at this point, keeping it clean. They're still, this time by, about 120 laps to go in this race. There's plenty of time to make adjustments, to have different strategies, to just make up all that time on him. So at this point, you're just having to keep it in line.
Doug up to third, finds his way around Thornquist. Chad Thornquist has proven a lot here tonight, and that's how to hold the car together. Walker, Schmidt, 6th and 7th, Mosteller in 8th, and for some that thought, oh, his race is over, not so fast.
And we just saw a pass, too, for 9th. It looks like Spencer Burns is keeping up with this group. He's brought that 24 car to the 9th position, though it's being contested again by Schaefer.
Schaefer to the bottom, Burns around that outside, really trying to hold this one together. He talked about it. This is one of his favorite car track combos, and I guarantee you he loves the fact that that third lane is really rubbered in. More in 1 and 2 than 3 and 4 to really just keep an eye on that. Even from this view, you see how dark it's really gotten. These drivers are using the entire track to their advantage. This is what racing's all about.
Yes, it is, and they're still side-by-side for that 9th spot. Here they're side-by-side for, what, 7th position as well, maybe 6th? There is racing all through, and wow, they're big and loose, as I believe is that. Yes, it's Muvik on pit road. Wow, man, they're smoking them in.
Money stop time, come on in. Muvik is in. Right behind him, Michael Mitchum. I believe that is Schmidt, it is. Mosteller, all in that same strategy. The 33 is in. That's Jackson Carr. River Page. Alexander Cranky is in. James Thurston, where's the speed of that 29?
He's just been mired in traffic all day. I don't know if a strategy call is needed or if you just need a lucky caution or something, but he has just not been able to make his way through.
Michael Mitchum off and away behind that 42. Now, that was pretty quick, man.
I just want to point out, Bomar up top, that 41 car. Let's see where he cycles out. He's ahead of Muvik. He might cycle out the leader. If Basin pits soon, he's going to be a lot slower. Look how loose he is on those old tires, but the strategy at the moment, currently working.
You know what he's doing? He's putting all of his money on roulette. You know the green numbers?
Yep.
I think that's what he's doing right here because he said, oh, well, it worked the first time. Will it work a second time? And I think he's looking for a caution at this point.
Yes.
Now for Braden Mavic, it's get out of my way. I'm going to go to the inside, dodge on dodge, and now you had the strategy, and now it's out the door.
And let's see what the speeds were last time by Mavic. Well, we'll have to get another lap going. And Mavic is cycled out ahead of him.
Yes,
Mavic.
he is unreal. Braden Mavic, new race leader in the USA 500.
I just want to point out one of these commentators said that he was over the hill or something to that degree.
You know what? I underestimated the frat life. Greek life has done him well. And I think it's gotten him somehow faster. Basin, I think, just clobbered the wall off turn number 4. I think it was just a little paint scratch, nothing crazy. But look who's there. Michael Mitchum. Mitchum, the underdog, trying to close that gap in.
I want to point something out on lap times, too. On fresh tires, first full lap, Braden Mavic, a 38.3. Bomar, a 40.42. 2 seconds of difference from just, what, 10, 15 lap older tires?
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. I don't know how I feel about Bomar's situation here because he got passed by Mavic in like, what, 15 seconds? They said, new race leader over the spotter queue. They're like, okay, now you're not. Yeah, that's what it came down to.
Bomar's already 7th on the board, and he is falling quick.
Schmitty lined in. Here's with Demos. Most cycles out 5th. What a strategy call for those guys that pit and undercutted the race leaders. That was a smart move by Mavic. Now, Dylan Basin, not the best on strategy here tonight. He's got some time to make it up just past halfway, but you gotta start thinking, okay, well, the weak links of the 48. Well, what are they? Pressure and strategy. The 42 is better on the strategy. And right now I'm starting to look at Dylan Basin and I'm starting to think, okay, you have the speed, but can you overcome these hurdles?
Well, 76 laps led tonight, by far the most of anyone, but he made up a 10th in that corner alone. He has the speed. It's just a matter of if he mired himself too far back and if those tires equal out by the time he gets up there.
I also want to point out, we're not guaranteed a caution. So if how this is looking, and Mavic knows Basin struggles on passing guys, what makes you say he just doesn't go as hard as he can to keep them behind? And then another thing I look at is, what if we go green? You have to keep that in your wheel well because there's no stages. I'm going to continue to say it all night. No stages. So if Mavic has a strategy and Basin doesn't, and Basin struggles to pass Mavic, Braden Mavic can win this race, basically being great on defending and great on strategy.
Dylan Basin last time by 4/10 quicker, though, than Mavic. Mavic has fallen back quick. That's 1 lap difference of tires. I just think Basin is faster in these early parts of the run.
He very much is. Here's William Schmidt. We're going to watch with him because Mosteller is creeping back. Now, the Dodges haven't been the best at making their way through the field, minus the 42. And we saw with Demos very early on, put it all on the line. He was trying to pass guys. He was trying to make up time, make up speed. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he went to the back. Well, he's up inside the top 5. How aggressive would you get here with William Schmidt?
I think you can be patient still. You still got 112 laps in this race. You're making up plenty of time and spots. I mean, he's 5th position right now, and he made up a ton of time on pit road that last time. So I don't see pushing it too much just yet.
Braden Mavic losing the stride. Basin 3-7 back. He's closing quick.
Do you remember about 7 laps ago that 41 car was leading? He's 17th on the board last time by, and he surely has fallen further back. Strategy has backfired on the second go-round.
Basin in second, trying to close that gap. Now a 3-2, now a 3-1. Mavic has to get ready to defend. TCB up and into the outside wall.
And he's going a lap down, too. That is a gut punch for that 25.
Yeah, we talked about it. One of the pioneers of NR Night in America. 2 heat ticket event wins, the best on the super speedways. You know what he's thinking? Let's finish this marathon.
Yeah, just survive it. If it's a lap down at that point with the damage he's probably gotten, either from an incident or a mistake, that would be a good run.
Mavic lined up with Basin, nose to tail, heading back to the line.
And maybe a car length now. That 48 is flying through the field. looking low for a moment, enters the corner right behind the 42, gonna diamond low, but Mubik closes the door.
Lined in, Mubik on the left side, holds on to his machine. Everyone waiting for the brace. Base into the bottom. Mubik puts it under half a lane. Wheel to wheel back to turn 3.
Side by side into the corner. Now Basin gonna glue it down to the yellow line. Is he gonna have enough grip to get past him? He is. Clear, 48 leads.
Dylan Bates, oh man, big slip up down off turn 4. Mubik has the speed again. He jumps to the outside. Dodge on Chevrolet. He will not go quietly on lap 141. Wheel to wheel for the lead. Here's the diamond. Here's the switchback. Oh, couldn't get it on the bottom.
We couldn't get it for now, but he's going to stay right with them. Maybe half a car length between the two, but Mubik for now staying with the 48.
Lined up, nose to tail. Tries it again now, up a second lane. Wants to get the drive off, back on that yellow line. Dylan Basin just running in those tire tracks. Didn't take long for that 48 to retake the lead. Schmitty, Douglas Newbigging, we've seen this go ahead and be a fight a good amount tonight, but so far nothing has really changed from these two.
Well, Mosteller's made it past them both. He's up in the 4th spot. Now Newbigging up to the 5th spot. Schmidt starting to fade in the middle of this run.
Lined up, nose to tail, Chase Schaefer, Spencer Burns, and this is the farthest I would say on speed Chad Thornquist has been tonight. He's back there in 10th.
Yeah, he's starting to fade in that Domino's Toyota, but he's still got a good gap to those behind him up front. Slowly but surely, Basin starting to get away, but we saw last time Mubik had a better long run car than the 48 did.
Yeah, you got to keep that in mind. So he's lost a little bit of time here. It's about 2-2, I want to say. The difference from first to second. Let's go to Michael Mitchum. All right, that's 2 seconds. That's a 2-6 back as this battle goes on. How long did it take for Basin to find a way around Mubik? I want to say about what? Maybe 6, 7, 8 laps? Something like that? Well, they're already thinking about coming back to pit road. That's the big takeaway you have to add in if you're Braden Mubik and company. So we held them for that long. We're going to cycle through. Let's do another undercut on them, right? If we continue this cycle and we roll into sunset and we're ahead of them coming the last 5 or 10 laps, we know what to do.
And I'm looking at some of them behind him too, though. Think if there's a caution, because you got to think about that. Somebody's going to get desperate and spin themselves out. You're looking right now, Mitchum solidly in 3rd. Newbigging up to 4th. Mosteller has got himself back to 5th. Those top 5 guys all could be a threat to win if they close them back up.
And including Aiden Walker. Aiden Walker is in an area where he hasn't been the strongest in speed weeks. He hasn't been the strongest in the race. But now he's in 6th, and he's another driver that gets better as the race goes on. Just needs something to go his way. Now, depending on the type of viewer you are, you're either banking on yellow, depending on where your favorite driver is, or you're saying, please keep it green. I think the Braden Mubik camp may be saying, keep this thing green. I'm not worried at all, because I think he's mostly now stopped the bleeding on Basin. You're Michael Mitchum, you may be thinking, oh, I don't know, but for Douglas Newbigging, talk about never giving up. Here's the wheel to wheel for 3rd.
Newbigging is about 3/10 faster than the leaders right now. He's running them down up to 3rd, at least side by side with Mitchum, trying to get the 3rd spot, but that Crown Royal Ford is flat flying up there.
Oh, he's sideways.
He saved it. He saved it, sawing on the wheel, but he's going to lose a ton of positions.
Yeah, he was booking it, and now he's going backwards.
And he just probably got the good out of those tires that lap 2. He's going to fall all the way back from 3rd to 8th. And you want to know what difference that was on the lap? Everyone ran like a 39.8, 39.7. He ran a 49 on that.
Yeah, Doug has the speed to win the race. I'm just going to point it out. Now he's back in 8th, but the mistakes, that's what's costing him. And I think that's costing so many of these drivers an opportunity at winning or running way up there. And you see Michael Mitchum fighting Jacob Wilkerson. If you minimize the mistakes, the good will come out. If you continue to make mistakes, it's going to go towards the momentum of one mistake after another. And for Douglas Newbigging, we've already seen what happens when he's on it. When he's fast and he doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to take the lead. But when he goes ahead and makes these mental problems, issues, whatever you want to call it, All of a sudden, he's now back in 8th. He will be back in 10th if he continues to make these mistakes and do it how the tires are not worn on him. Maybe he flat spotted, maybe he didn't. Doug's got to watch out. Now he's going to need a caution for a break, but that's not what you want to see, including in a marathon race like this.
Well, and what we're also seeing in this is slowly Basin is getting away. He was 0.2 faster last time, a 10th before, 0.2 before that. He is finally just chipping away, or not chipping away, he's actually building block by block this little bit of a lead. And now he has almost a full second on Braden Mubbock, but there's a lot of fighting through the pack here.
Demo Schmidt, man, Schmidt went wide. Now to the inside, he looks for it. There's the Jacob Wilkerson machine around the outside lane, put 4 under a bubble, working lap 148.
New Bigging back there, he's trying to get the comeback trail, looking under the 3 wide. And
Lane Sanders. Well, there's the break. Oh, man, I was got a little worried there from DCB. There's the break New Bigging needed. But right in the racing line goes Lane Sanders, working lap 149.
And we got about 100 laps. 100 laps to go next time by.
Oh, man. Uh-oh.
Oh, just
come on, Lane, you got it.
Come on. There we go. There we go. Get down the pits. Or not.
5th caution flag, if I'm not mistaken, of the day. Lane Sanders shows to get it back going. A lot of damage on that rear end. I'm guessing that's when he got into the outside wall and nearly got to Josh Kenyon. And right into Gavin Austin. Oh, no. It goes from bad to worse for the 22 camp.
Was that intentional?
I cannot believe it. I'm not sure.
We got to see what happened.
Oh, no.
Gavin Austin dives underneath him.
Unreal. You can't be serious.
Is he going after the 22 still? He's flying up there. He's still going.
I don't think Lane Sanders is too happy. I mean, he's held it on there for a while, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gavin Austin got into him.
He's just staying right behind the 22.
Well, tempers are something in this. Oh, yeah, yep. Gavin Austin got into him for sure.
Oh,
Gavin Austin gonna pay him back, heading into pit road. Well, I guess we don't really have to look back on what happened, but I mean, we might as well go take a peek. So here's Lane Sanders. I don't see Gavin Austin anywhere. That's the problem. So I'm guessing maybe Lane thought Gavin got in the back of him after the wreck, and that was his fault. I guarantee they're arguing right now, without a doubt.
Well, let's see what happened. I mean, I don't see anyone around him.
No. Underfunded team. I believe that's coming out of the Boris set camp.
Yeah.
Oh, he just lost the rear end. He was right in the middle of the racing room, which is why Joe had to throw the yellow. So he backs it into the outside wall. Gavin Austin got away. Oh, no, Lane Sanders.
Did this happen way earlier in the race and we just didn't see it?
No, I just think Lane Sanders maybe wasn't paying attention, or Gavin Austin, and they just got into each other. And then that's when the tempers flared, because Gavin Austin's already had his time ended by Max Wergen. So to run in the back of Lane, I'd hate to hear that chat right now.
This has to be one of the most entertaining mid-offs I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
Good Lord. I mean, let's watch it through here. I don't know if he had something wrong with the car or something.
We'll watch it again. I mean, we might as well put it in slow mode so Josh Kenyon gets out of the way. Where's Lane Sanders going?
I have to think.
Unbelievable. And then he got into Gavin Austin like it was Austin's fault. Lane Sanders.
Unless something was broken on the car, maybe? I mean, I'm just trying to think of some reason he'd go up the track 2 lanes in front of the 22.
Okay, well. Lane Sanders brings out the 5th caution here of the night. And Gavin Austin is involved in his 2nd incident. I cannot believe that. We're going to give it one more time. We're going to put the lights back on before we get back refired. Because I'm going to need a moment here to process what happened.
Oh my gosh. That's entertaining, man. That's if I had to say that's pretty dumb. That's just dumb.
Yeah, the caution is out, right? I mean, you can take your time getting back to the gears, and Gavin Austin can't go anywhere. So you put the blame on Austin for the first wreck. There's no way you can put it on him for the second wreck.
No, he wasn't anywhere. He wasn't in camera shot of this one.
So once again, lights on. Once again, we're just going to go ahead and check things over. Next time by, we will get the one to go. And we are hearing to see what happened. Did Braden Mubbock speed?
I don't know.
Well, we're reviewing some things before we go ahead and get back refired. Now we're hearing that he did not speed, so interesting. Very interesting to see how things go. I hope I didn't just start a drama to rumor mill. So we will get the one to go this time by. Working lap 152 at 250. Had to catch our breath here for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, less than 100 laps in the USA 500. Let's ride.
I think at this point, the intensity, it's going to ratchet up. You got a lot of fast cars up here. You got a lot of guys who are comers and goers on different runs. And now you put them all back together in one, just basically, almost like fighter jets in a classroom or something, like something small like that. There's so many of them together. Who knows who has the best car on one of these like early runs, first 5 or so laps. It's going to be interesting to see the restart too. 48 of Basin has struggled early in these restarts as of late too. Does Mubbock get the jump on him, or does the 48 fire off?
L2 Lane Sanders, that's why we deleted the yellow. Some are saying he should be parked for it. We're just going to give him an L2. So it's a drive-through penalty, so he's a driver that just wants to now finish this race and making it very well known. The rest of these guys ready to rock and roll as we get ready to go back green. Dylan Mason has to hold on. Braden Mubbock, Aiden Walker, Michael Mitchum, and Daniel Mosteller. Does the 48 machine have what it takes to go to victory lane? Let's find out in less than 100 laps to go.
Good fire off for the most part in the field. Demos makes a move for 4th. That's the first one to jump out of line. Basin gets about 4 or 5 car lengths off.
Moriarty down the flat, trying to go ahead and get that one refired. Braden Mubbock there in second, barrels his way down on turn 2. He's gaining 3-3 back, 3-2 back, trying to go ahead and narrow that gap even closer, as it's also Aiden Walker there.
Contact, there's a crash. 06 and Demos get into each other. They save it though, but a ton of damage, or at least ton of contact between them. I thought it was a crash for a moment. That 06 looked like he was waving at the infield crowd.
Michael Mitchum, a veteran move for the young phenom. He holds on in 6. Daniel Mosteller's in the fast forward. Now he's in the wall. He's in the wall hard on the right side.
There was a lot of contact between him and Mosteller. I have to think that maybe something's up there. He's really loose off the corner.
Spencer Burns to the inside wheel. Now Burns finds his way into 7th. Douglas Snoop bigging back to 6. Everyone seems to now hold on after that huge contact. Burns will shut the door on the Michael Mitchum Dodge. A lot of shuffling in this field.
Look at Mosteller for a moment. I think he has a bit of right front damage, and we're seeing the replay from our view in about a minute here. There was a ton of contact between him and Smoke. There is a bit of damage on the front of the 9 car.
I wonder if that's going to hurt him or not. Now, the big thing is the Gen 4 damage model kind of built like a tank in a way. So he could definitely fix it up on the next cycle. But that's time that you don't want to lose, including this late into a race. You got 96 laps to go. If you were going to have your problems, have them early. Demos has already had it early, and now he's had it late.
He is really loose, though. I saw him get loose in the corner, and Schmidt starting to make up time on him. He's only a car length back now.
Here comes Braden Mubbock, 2-3 back, stalking Dylan Basin back to 1 and 2. Now why this track is gone, I think Basin's got the loud foot down and is rolling. So far now, battle for second, Mubbock, no speed off. And we just said about him gaining time, now it's 7-7 back.
And now Walker is making up time. He's the fastest car on track last time by. Demos right with him with that beaten and battered 9 car, and Schmidt on the bottom 2.
Demos isn't done. Not even close. That Dodge has exactly what it takes to continue going in the right direction. He's there in 4th. That Mopar Dodge That 9 machine, absolutely an iconic number to his branding. I can't believe what I'm watching here. Huge contact, and now giving it back here to Aiden Walker. Well, Braden Movick talked about him. Better get stuff going in the right direction because you don't want to let Dylan Basin get away.
Well, and it looks like Demos getting a bit of a nose underneath the 6 last time. Bit of a gap between them, but he is trying to make up that time. You're seeing the different lines. Movick starts up higher, whereas the rest go low. Here's New Bigging trying to make his way back up, and Spencer Burns up to the 7th spot.
New Bigging, we all talked about before. He has to minimize the mistakes. Now that's exactly what he's doing in that 6th position. He's lined up here with William Schmidt. Demos lined up in 4th. Movick back to gaining. He has gained now more time than what he originally had to get back to Dylan Basin. That one mistake made the huge difference for him. So keep it on that 42. Minimize the mistakes. You're going to go to victory lane.
Basin has that early run speed, but it looks like Movick is starting to gain just little by little on him. He's about a little over a half a second behind him. Now Basin gets the run off, but Movick is starting to chip into it again.
Douglas New Bigging to the inside. That's of William Schmidt. Schmidt around the outside, Ford on Ford. These two drivers will not give in whatsoever. The barrel into 1 and 2. New Bigging on the bottom, Schmidt on the outside, and Schmidt now won't give in around the outside lane as he'll get the drive off exit.
Oh, but he gets the door shut on him by New Bigging, and they are nose to tail down the backstretch at Michigan.
Walker's in a tight battle now, it looks to be with Mosteller, because Demos has really closed that gap in. Chad Thurquist to the inside here, Spencer Burns. How about a comeback here for this 24 machine? Nearly missed the show, then finally got the speed in late. He has what it takes for a first-time e-ticket event win. Burns back to 1 and 2. And
look who's making the move behind them. That's Drew Jewell on the 58. He's right underneath Mitchum. Can't get it done this time. Huff behind him.
An old-style machine in that 58. Another one that I personally wrote off as not going to have what it takes, but this long race showed that these guys can learn off the fly. For the Drew Jewell machine, it has put him up inside the top 10. The last time he did this one, an e-ticket event, Daytona 500, 2023.
Yeah, and he is still staying right with them. The top 11 broken away from the rest of the pack. Mitchum looking low, but not going to be able to get the position. That's going to open the door for now for Jewell.
Jewell looking for a way around. How about back up front? Now half a second, the difference between first and second. Back there in third. Walker also closing in. Mason was strong when this track wasn't rubbered out, but so many, oh, trouble, way in the rear. That's Drew Jewell, just talked about him, involved in an incident. I believe he collected even more machines towards the back. We're gonna look at it as the caution waves about 90 laps to go. We see Bomar got through. We see actually, oh, Frank Corley, did he have a piece of it? How about the 4 machine also involved? That's Chris Downey. Michael Mitchum involved. He was running up front. It's going to take some big contenders that were up front. I wouldn't say out of this race, but it's going to put him to the back end of the field.
Well, you saw it took Mosteller, 100 laps to get back from the back of the field all the way up. So you might be out of this race if you have another mistake after this, but another classic case of the commentator curse.
Yeah, just talking about him. Let's go see what happened as we have had, I think this is, I don't want to jinx it. You know, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something great. I'll say it at the end of the race. Wow, what a night we have had.
So, again, we had just gotten off of them at this point. Jewell makes the move, it looks like, up top. It might not have been. No.
Oh, Mitchum just self-cleared him.
He slid up. Yeah, oh, and they both go around.
Sam Huff.
Wow, he missed it.
What a move. Another 2-car incident, though. That's the thing. Only 2 cars involved in that wreck. Or should we just say big spin? I want to ride on here with Huff because just wow. I mean, that 66 machine, I mean, he really couldn't go anywhere. I mean, we're going to try to ride on with him in just a moment. But Sam Huff, what a guy. Just found his way through. It's all really about staying up front. It's all about staying with yourself, you know? So we're going to go ahead and see exactly what happened here in the Huff camp with this restart. 88 laps to go now, but See right here, currently he is on pit road, but we're watching the replay. Two drivers right in front of him. Gotta have quick instincts, right? That's how this works. Gotta get your hand over, you gotta be smart, sees what's coming, finds the gap, boom, shoots it, doesn't hesitate. That's fundamental racing. That's how you go ahead and possibly win an e-ticket event. Being alert at all times. As a viewer, you can go to the bathroom, you can go get snacks, you get the popcorn. These drivers can't do that. They gotta sit here and they gotta be alert. Sam Huff dozes off at that moment. His night's done, and he knew it. What a drive here from that machine.
And now he's up to the 9th position in this race as well. Slowly making it up. We talked about attrition.
James Thurston is scored as your race leader. Did he just pull a strategy move? It's the real question. These two drivers, hey, look, it's Gavin Austin and Lane Sanders again. These two are going to go ahead and get the wave around. So it looks like Thurston did come to pit road because they both won't get the wave around. So this has to be a two-tire strategy.
And now we're going to see the difference between two freshies and one. But look at what else happened. Muvik leapfrogged over to 48.
Listen. Wow.
So, you know what needs to be done here? Muvik needs to get rid of the 29 immediately. Get right past him and hope the 29 holds up the rest of the field so that while Basin has those fresher tires, he's having to chase down the 42 instead of the other way around.
I want to point this out as we get the one to go. If you have Twitter, retweet what you see. We're going to, or at least phrase that, post what you see. We're going to be retweeting all night long. Just at me, at IDK Player on Twitter. Guys, this has already been a fantastic event. I think we haven't seen the best yet as we get ready to go. 87 to go in the USA 500.
You see already the 48 cleaning his tires off, trying to get as fresh and good of a start as possible. See if he can maybe make a move on the 42 before the 42 can make a move on the 29.
William Schmidt back in that 4th position. Another Ford. Another strong driver, the closer, trying to win his 2nd ever e-ticket event. And here's James Thurston, the two-tire strategy. The most winningest driver, the most polarizing driver, one of the best drivers in NR Night in America versus the closer, versus the dog, versus the fan favorite. 5 drivers getting ready for the final 86 laps of this event. Pace car down on pit road. Everyone files up, stands up. Chevy, Dodge, nose to tail. 86 to do it from the Irish Hills.
And it's a stacked up restart. Muvik makes the move low. The 48 of Basin goes with him. Down to turn 1. Muvik trying to make the move on Thurston.
As it's to the bottom, Basin lines in, and Thurston's plan is already blown up in smoke. 3 wide looking for the lead. Muvik clears off corner exit.
Basin, though, is not going to be cleared just yet. He's on the corner of Muvik. Down to 3 and 4. He dives down low, has a bit of an edge, now backs it up a little bit. They're even.
You're starting to see that 42 machine trying to keep that 48 at bay. They're still wheel to wheel. Here's Schmidt. He's the 3rd. Basin on the bottom, trying to stick right with them. Still wheel to wheel down to turn 1.
And they're going to keep it even into the corner. Basin gets the run in, though. He has it clear for the moment, but Muvik gets the run up top. Right neck and neck off the corner. Basin loose. He's going to lose it.
Locked in. Braden Muvik back to the lead. Does Basin have what it takes to close on in? He has Schmidt now on his outside. Wheel to wheel for 2nd. Braden Muvik, new race leader in the USA 500.
Schmidt trying to get the run off. Gets loose, but he's still going to be there right over the 48 car. Everything Muvik needs is right behind him.
This is one of the best car track combos, not just in NR Night in America, but on iRacing. This is where skill meets success. Basin, Schmidt, wheel to wheel, Ford on the outside, Chevy on the bottom, Schmidt the drive off. Basin, who was dominant early on, now jumps back to 3rd.
And he's cleared him. Schmidt cleared a 2nd. He can go to any line he wants. Now he's got to try and run down Big Red.
Everyone back on their feet. This is what they want to see. The best of the best going at it. Now, the People's Champ versus the closer. Schmidt closing in. 2 back, 1-9 back.
back to turns 1 and 2.
And while this is cooking up, New Bigging has cleared the 29. Demos looking down 3 wide for the 4th spot.
All looking for a way through. You see Thurston's just still trying to hold on. Dylan Basin back in 3rd, watching on. Here comes Schmidt, closing back to turns 3 and 4. 195, 197. The track is slowed down, but the speeds and the anxiety, the intensity has gone back up. What a race we've had so far.
Schmidt with the better corner. He's going to be right behind Mubik. Maybe a car length separates the two. Basin not going back either. He stays with them. Schmidt high. Then in the middle is Mubik. Basin low.
Man, Mubik chose that middle lane. Put Schmidt way wide.
Caution's out.
And it should be for an incident way in the back. Not sure exactly what happened. Not going to say it's a phantom yellow. It might be a safety yellow. When there's a big incident way in the rear, we can't see it because we're not watching it. Joseph Armstrong can see it, so he will give us an update on what happened. I'm guessing it's coming from the 19 cam because that's a lot of damage here on Davis Lewis.
And he's starting to make his way back up. We might see who he was involved with. There's some damage on other cars, but it's not clear if that was earlier damage from this race or not. But man, a great restart.
Clock's ticking, 82 to go.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. This has been unreal. Well, you can definitely tell it happened on the front stretch, and I don't believe we're going to see exactly what happened. You can probably see, yes, we can. It actually starts with James Bomar and Abraham Vila. So Vila's on the bottom. We talked about this is his flu race. He's just trying to get to the end, way up and into Bomar, and they just come right back off corner. I can see that big hit. And Bomar, who had the big strategy move, hit that inside wall. Now, we couldn't see it at the time, but Davis Lewis, one of the drivers definitely involved from that 3-car incident.
And I don't know if you saw, but I believe it was Mitchum was back there right ahead of that 06 after that deal he had before. So now this is probably the furthest back on speed alone Basin has been all day in 3rd.
Big winner, James Thurston. 2 tires, need a yellow. I expect everyone to come to pit road now. And expect definitely the 29 to come to pit road. And that's exactly what I believe we're going to see. We're going to possibly see if they come to pit road. They very much do. This is going to be huge for the Basin camp. This is going to be huge for the Thurston camp. 81 laps to go.
Now is the real important pit stops. We're going to see who gets the edge off of pit road this time. Last time by, Mubik was able to get by the 48, and that's basically what kept him the lead this time instead of the 48 running off again.
Basin is in. Douglas Newbigging is in. 9-second stop still going on. There's Aiden Walker in his stall. Dylan Basin as well. Braden Mubik off and away. Where's Schmidt? A 14-3 going toe-to-toe with the Dodge. And I believe Braden Mubik will hold on to the race lead.
And Basin will be 3rd off behind them. Walker, Newbigging, then Mosteller. I believe Thurston and Burns off pit road in the 8th spot.
So I also see Dylan Basin doesn't have the best stops, but Schmidt, man, was really close. That was one of the best entries we've seen so far under caution.
Well, and the thing for Schmidt now is he needs to get that good restart and try and get the jump on Mubik this time. For Basin, just try not to lose spots like the last one.
So Braden Mubik, William Schmidt, Dylan Basin, Aiden Walker. That's your top 4. Mose, Thurston, Burns, and Huff. That's your top 9. Schaefer back there in 10th. And look outside that top 10. Well, Chad Thornquist strong early in this run. Strong early in this race. Outside the top 10. He's in 11th. River Page, same deal. He's in 12th. Cranky, now 14th. You got Alexander Russell. You got Josh Kenyon. You got Max Swearigan. Drew Jua, Marty Shamela. So I still see a good, strong amount of contenders back there. But if you watch this race for the first half, it's almost like watching a separate race because this second half has been just wide open.
It really has, and you're looking now at, I think Mubik's the one to beat right now, but Schmidt was putting the pressure on last run, and if he's able to get the kind of restart that Mubik had last time, it could be the 16 leading the way.
It is time. The one to go. What a race. What a drive we've had so far tonight.
It's been a heck of a race so far, and the thing is, under a normal Michigan race, we currently have 29 to go. But that extra 100 miles, that's going to make a huge difference when it comes to fatigue for these drivers too.
They may have to pit twice.
They probably will.
That's what I'm looking at here. So the question is, if you now have to pit twice, do you short pit the first time?
It's worked before, but now that the chips are starting to go down and it's late in this race, I don't know if you do it because I think there's going to be more cautions and you don't want to be pinned a lap down and have to get the wave by and everything. And on top of that, you're looking at how they would probably have to shake it out. And you're probably looking at almost 3 full runs when it comes to fuel and tires. So I say at this point, just race as hard as you can and pit when you have to.
It has been one wild, interesting, exciting race. Braden Movick, 42. William Schmidt, 16. Dylan Basin, 48. 78. Laps to go on the record in the back. Chad Thornquist.
Oh, man. That's going to end some races. Look at the... Oh, man.
Nathan Lyons.
They didn't even get going. And that's the problem. We talked about it before the race, in pre-race. In Countdown to Green, we talked about you could have stack-ups with these single-file restarts where somebody thinks you're ready to go and runs right in the back of you. And that's probably what happened around about the 10th, 9th spot.
Look at the damage on Josh Lee.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, there's a few cars I think that are totaled from this.
I saw Nathan Lyons with a huge hit. And I think that's going to definitely turn some heads. Josh Lee, a lot of damage on his machine. Andrew Jamelin. I think Nathan Lyons is out of this race now. Wow. They just couldn't get it fired off in the right direction.
I got to think either someone spun the tires or somebody... Well,
there's Lyons. He's not too happy, it looks like, with someone. But that's been a common theme here tonight. No, I think he's just trying to look to possibly get the pit road. Look at all the damage on that 14.
Yeah, I have to think someone either spun the tires or...
No, he's not happy with Beckman. I'm guessing he's putting the blame there on the 10, or he's just trying to get in position to where the caution came out.
If we're able to see what happened there, I mean, that was...
It was a wild stack-up.
That was a classic stack-up for one of these single-file restart. Wow, there you go. There you go. So I'm thinking you got to go...
Schaefer was already in the back end of Huff.
Go a little further. Go a little further up. Because watch watch the momentum. You see there's a bit of the slowdown with, I think, of 26 or so, and it just
starts
back.
way before that. Watch the 99. He didn't even give Huff a chance to get to the gas, and Chase Schaefer just lifted them all up.
The 66 got into the back of the 24. It's just that momentum. It's
man, look at that hit.
Yeah. At that point, you're done.
And for Chad Thurgis, this is not what he wanted.
Look at his left front, too. I mean, 14 gets up in the air.
Dang. That has to be on Schaefer. I don't understand it's a chain reaction, but in my opinion, it was just a little bit different.
Did the 58, though, get through that again in a crazy way?
I think he did. So Georgiou will drive to see another day, but that's a huge stack. And we did see that a lot back in the day as well. I mean, I was very on the young side around 2007, and I even remember the stats.
I remember even, I was talking about this race, 2005 Daytona 500 had the same thing right before the last couple restarts where you just have that stack up, people fly everywhere. It starts with the first couple, because yes, I know that I believe the 99 was getting into the back of him or vice versa on that one, but you'll have the guy up front playing games, or you have somebody in the top couple playing games. They hit the brakes, everyone stacks up behind him.
So Movick continues to lead laps. How many laps has he led in this race? That's what we still can't get it because he pit started. We can see William Schmidt has 1 lap under his belt. Don't count him out, man. I'm telling you right now.
How many is a 48 led at this point? Because I have to think it's 76 last time we checked. He has to have led more at this point.
Oh, for sure. Dylan Basin, I think, is probably the first one to crack maybe 100. I want to go ahead and say 98. Okay, I was close.
So close, but now you got to think there's guys now that are up in the top 10, top 15 or so that haven't been there much today. And you got to think of also others that were involved in that. You start getting in your head a little bit, you make similar mistakes. Does this happen again for you guys, or do you have a clean restart this time? We talked about the big one. It finally hit, just not in the way I think any of us thought it would.
Yeah, that's the big thing. So Schaefer will probably be dropping in the back depending on how Joe picks it up. 76 to go. Sun is setting here in the Irish Hills of Michigan. Great crowd on hand. A lot of people excited. 76 laps to go. Now how do you play the strategy if you go green all the way through?
Same way as before. You just got to race until you have to pit. I mean, you can short pit if you want, but these guys are going to keep getting more aggressive, and people are going to make mistakes, and cautions probably are going to be coming out.
Let's try this again. Braden Mulvick, 42. William Schmidt, 16. Dylan Basin, Aiden Walker. Douglas Newbigging, Daniel Mosteller. Top 6 lined up single file as we'll get 75 laps to go this time by. Pace car off and away. Dodge, Ford, Chevrolet, top 3, grab a gear. Just one more time. 75 laps to go in the USA 500.
Great fire off by Mulvick that last time there. He got maybe 3 car lengths on the initial restart, and that was just all he needed to fly off. Now Basin trying to put pressure on Schmidt.
Jumps to the outside, wants to drive off. Aiden Walker back there in 4th. Newbigging on the inside, holds onto it again. He's been on the free side all race. They have not been able to get that car back to where it wants to be. Here comes James Thurston powering on the outside.
And he's got Burns behind him too. These two guys trying to make their way back up as Newbigging with the probably worst restart of the race.
Basin in 2nd, finds his way around Schmidt. It's going to be mano-a-mano in the battle of the 40s as Basin in the 48 looks to close in on Braden Mulvick.
And he's getting a little bit of ground, currently 3/10 back as we race now, but he's really, really loose off 2.
Walker in 4th, lined up nose to tail. Dylan Basin trying to close that gap. Daniel Mosteller up to 5th. James Thurston up to 6th. Douglas Newbigging to the inside. Spencer Burns is back, baby. What a drive he's had so far.
And he's looking for more. You can see all of these guys still really loose off the corner. He's trying to run down Thurston, though, for 6th.
74 laps to go. Dylan Basin barreling his way to turn 1. 2-3-1 the difference from 1st and 2nd. He's trying everything and anything to close that gap. Here's William Schmidt coming down off turn 2.
Top 3 are all coming right back together like a rubber band. Up front, though, Mulvick. Behind him, Basin. Basically taking the same line. Basin a little easier into the corner, trying to get the run off.
73 coming to 72. Laps to go back to the line. Dodge, Chevy, Ford. Put a Ford in 4th. Put a Dodge in 5th. James Thurston, the strategy call, it's working out for him there in 6th.
But Burns is right behind him.
Schmidt to the wall.
And that's going to lose him a lot of ground now. He has fallen back to this backpack while it looks like Basin has run down the 42.
Closing on in, William Schmidt has made that same mistake all of Speed Week. Everyone's trying to get as much speed and energy off 1 and 2. Now he holds on to 3rd, and it doesn't look to affect them as much, but Mulvick on the bottom has to brace. Dylan Basin is there, and he wants what he believes is rightfully his.
The dominant car of the day, nearly 100 laps led already in this race. Basin looking low, right behind the 42 into 1.
Back to 1 and 2. Now he springs wide, way wide, up near the safer barrier to try to get the drive off. 1/6 the difference. 1/5 the difference. Dylan Basin doing everything and anything to close back to that 42.
He lost ground, though, that time. He went a little too high. Now going to go back down to the bottom, but he has Schmidt behind him, a lane up. Schmidt trying to get the run off, not going to get it this time. 3 cars under a blanket.
Single file, back nose to tail. William Schmidt there in 3rd. Aiden Walker there in 4th. Daniel Mosteller back there in 5th with 70 laps to go in the sun setting. It's go time from the Irish Hills, and no one seems to be backing down.
Battle for 6th back there. Looks like Thurston's going to hold off the 24 car for now, but up front, Basin looking low for the lead, thinks better of it, goes high. Now right behind the 42 again.
Yeah, he blinked out. Is he gone? No, he's to the inside. Chevy on Dodge, wheel to wheel. Here comes William Schmidt. Schmidt around the outside. Mubik holds on. 69 to go for Michigan.
And now Schmidt right on the bottom. He's going to get right back in line. Top 5 all in this battle. Mubik puts about a car length between them. Here comes Basin again, looking low in 1 and 2. Trying to get the run off. Mubik shuts the door.
Oh, he had smoke. He had smoke come out that left rear, and here comes William Schmidt to barrel around the outside. These guys have now swallowed the 48 right up. Schmidt the second, Mason the third, Walker the switchback to the inside of the 48 through 3 and 4.
He gets the run low. He's there. Battle for third, heating up more. That 6 car has kept getting better and better all race. Behind them, Burns now up to 6th behind them and getting a bit of a run. But Basin gets ahead again.
One sniff in the wall, still back nose to tail. Mosteller on the nose to the rear of the 6, currently in 5th, looking for 4th. Basin has a problem. That's twice he smoked up the tires, heading down on turn number 2.
And again, Walker's gonna get low. This time he's ahead of him entering. Now Basin tries way up top, right towards the wall, nearly rim riding it while Schmidt is right there for the lead.
And he is fading some more. Basin right through the gap. Oh man, I mean, you couldn't even fit a paper between all 3 machines, and he will now live to see another day. He's thinking, I didn't lead 98 laps just to go ahead and finish as a bridesmaid. There in 3rd, William Schmidt battled for the lead.
And the 42 got a little loose, but only about half a car length now between them. You can see he's getting right up to the back of him, entering 3 and 4, same line. This time, it looks like Mubik's going higher to block.
How about Basin ripping top up near the outside fence, trying to get that drive off. Schmidt to the rear. Schmidt closing the gap. Half a car length, less than half a car length, nose to tail, Basin all the way to the outside lane. He is putting it all on the line with 66 to go.
And he's got to go because behind them entering the battle is Burns and New Bigging. Up front, we got a battle for the lead. Schmidt was beside him for a moment, has to fall in line.
Right in tow, nose to tail, Mubik down low, breaks the trap, keeping him at a safe distance. Schmidt has won here before. So has Mubik. Both these drivers know how to go to victory lane. It's about who can prevail the most in the final 65 laps.
48 gets really loose. That's going to open up the door for Mosteller. Burns, New Bigging. He is dropping and dropping fast.
All back wheel to wheel. Now Walker to 3rd. Basin to 4th. Mosteller into 5th. Schmidt closes a gap to the center. Top 2 just can't get off of each other.
Well, it's starting to now. Schmidt got a little loose in the corner there, and the battle keeps raging on for 4th. Mosteller and Burns now fighting 9 and 24.
Burns looking to the inside there at Demos. No yield. Demos able to hold on to it. Now Schmidt up to that 2nd lane. Holding, waiting for something to strike or go right. Braden Mubik is loving what he sees. I think he's caught his stride.
And 64 to go now this time by. He's got a little bit of a gap behind him. The pack has swallowed up the 48. He got loose on entrance now. He's looking low on Burns, but New Bigging up top might get the run.
That 48 needs a caution. The only problem is he's had a lot of cautions already in this race that have not gone his way. Now Douglas New Bigging, who is faster than him at one point and then lost the lead, is wheel to wheel. These 2 drivers were the class of the field for the first 100 laps. They're battling for that 6th spot. That's how much this track has completely changed up.
And look at that 14 coming up and spoiling the battle behind him, but that 48 car now Basin back to 7. The lowest he's had to be on speed all day by a wide margin.
Oh, for sure. This is the farthest he's dropped, not on a green flag cycle. Schmidt to the difference. Mubik on the bottom. The sun setting from the Irish Hills. Walker in 3rd. Mosteller in 4th. Here comes Spencer Burns looking inside the fast 4.
Burns said that he really liked this car track combo. He likes it here. He knows he can win, and now he's proving it up to the 4th position. coming to 62 to go.
Lined up nose to tail, Spencer Burns, fast four, saying thank you very much. He'll take it away from Osteller. Driver still barreling back to 1 and 2. One in the wall, Dylan Basin may have just gotten shunted by what looked to be the 14.
This run might be the closest thing to a meltdown we've seen in one of these races by the 48. He looks like he's standing still compared to the rest of these guys. Up front, still Mubik, who's sitting by about 3/10 over Schmidt. And now Walker is challenging for second. Maybe, he's falling back a bit now.
Into third, Aiden Walker trying to hold on. Braden Mubik has gapped barely, but has actually opened the gap up to William Schmidt. It's now 3 the difference. Walker closes the gap to the 16. Spencer Burns might be the fastest up inside that fast 4. A lot of things shuffling and changing with 61 to go.
That's a lap car there on the top. That would be Nathan Lyons. He's running up there, probably on fresher tires. But as for the battle for second, it's still heating up now. Walker right there behind Schmidt. Now a car length or so, but he gets the run through the corner.
Walker to the middle. This is Ford on 4. Walker on the inside. Aiden Walker going catbird in the Irish Hills as Schmidt will yield back to the line.
Now all of a sudden the 6 car might be the one to beat out there. Getting faster and faster as they run. Last time by though, Braden Mubik was about a 1/10 and a half faster than the whole field.
60 to go. 59 next time by. Aiden Walker under fire. Lap machine. Nathan Lyons on the inside. Now 3 wide. Douglas Newbigging is putting it all on the table. He puts it downstairs. He holds it 3 wide. Douglas Newbigging, what a drive. Ford on Ford on Ford.
Newbigging now looking to try 3 wide still, but try to get past Schmidt. Now he's cleared him, and Burns is trying to follow him through.
Laps fading away. Caution is out. Caution is on the speedway. I believe it's an incident back to the rear of this field. There may be sayings on Drew Jua. It is, as he went down into the grass. Braden Mubik was singing love songs to Victory Lane, and we will have them come down to pit road. They're still in an area where they'll have to pit now, maybe twice. It looks like if they play the cards right.
Well, they can make it 30 laps. They pit this time. They only have to pit one more time if the cautions fall right.
Right.
But at that point, I'll ask you this. Say you pit with, 25 to go. You get a caution with 12 to go, restart with 9. Do you pit during that caution, or do you stay out with the track position?
I don't know. That's the big thing. This is where the questions start coming in. Do you stay? Do you wait? Do you undercut, overcut? I would say with one left, you probably wouldn't want to overcut.
Well, but would you want to undercut with, because you're basically cutting the final 50-some laps in half. Right. So you can't really undercut all that much. Maybe by 1 or 2 laps. That'll make you up some distance, but at this point it might be just straightforward.
So this is the replay. A lap before disaster, River Page just threw Max Swearigan wide. And the Michael Waltrip camp, it's had an interesting day. They had one miss the show. They've had one now wreck out, but one's still running fairly well, including for this era. That is pretty strong.
Hey, Michael Waltrip, he got a top 10 at Michigan in 07.
He might have just lost this thing right in front of James Thurston. And you just see there was really nowhere to go. Great call, actually, I would say, by the admin to throw that caution as Mitchum has to go into the grass. Shamela chose to go to the bottom.
Kenyon barely missed it.
And it forced guys way out of the way. Did he just do the jump? Let's watch back. And we're not used to seeing this too much in NR Night in America. But I believe Michael Mitchum, Dukes of Hazzard, up and into the air. And
I think somebody else did behind him.
Pit road. Wide open.
But
Mitchum is in.
Is this, depending on how
he's going to beat him out. He's going to, I don't know. It's going to be close.
I think Mubik has it.
How did they score it?
Yeah, Mubik ahead.
Oh, man.
But look at the top 5. First time today. Basin back to 8.
He will not end his night like this. He just will not. I'm telling you right now, if you're any of these guys, everyone in the top 10 has had a low point in this race. So no one is perfect.
Yeah, but this is about the worst time for your car to go away. That track is changing. I get that. You're trying different lines, all of that, but you're now looking with when they restart being, 55 to go?
Right.
And you're at the worst you've been all day. Like, that's just not a recipe for success. Because even if he gets it situated with like 20-some to go, these aren't easy drivers to pass. This isn't like going up through the pack and making it from 30th to 10th where you're passing guys whose cars aren't all that good. These are the best of the best you got to get past. And he still might have more people pass him. I mean, it's not like there are bad drivers behind him. I'm looking behind Basin. There's Thurston, Swearigan, there's River Page, Mitchum. All of these guys have had top 5 speed at some point tonight.
I'll say this. We get the one to go up in the tower. Warning, Braden Movick for slowing down the pack. Can't go slow on these restarts. They just gave him the warning. So that's big. I think he was going off the last one. That means if he does it again, he'll probably get a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. And
Aiden Walker, I would say be on your toes right here.
Those restart games, I mean, we want to throw it back. We're throwing it back. Restart games like this are old school in NASCAR. They aren't just a double file thing. They were the same way back in the single file days, and they cause incidents, and that's why he got the warning too. That we don't want another restart incident like we saw earlier in the night.
Time to go green. 55 laps to go in this race. And for Aiden Walker, it's time to shine.
It's you know what's crazy? This is a normal Michigan race. We're looking at 6 to go. There's still over 100 miles left. That's a lot of time for these guys to lose the handle.
You'll be looking at 6 to go right now.
Yeah.
That extra 100 miles, man, it makes a huge difference.
It's going to. Somebody is going to get fatigued and make a mistake because of that.
Sun setting, keep an eye on it as we get ready to roll. Pace car down on the pit road, crowd back on their feet. Dodge lined up with Ford. 55 laps to go for Michigan.
Pretty even restart there. Walker staying with them now. Not even a car length. Walker is going to be there right behind Movick as they enter 1.
Lined in nose to tail. Now look to the inside. Douglas Newbigging not able to stick with them. Aiden Walker, does he get the drive off turn 2?
He's at least maintaining at this moment in second, but that's probably the best the second place car has been behind the leader tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely had a great launch, at least on that start. He's going to continue to carry that momentum. It's just about a car length back from Dodge to Ford. Braden Movick driving like he stole it with 54 laps to go.
And yeah, it's a little bit wider, just a bit. 2 tenths now, the difference with 55 to go.
Newbigging there in third. William Schmidt back in fourth. Spencer Burns in fifth. How do you make up time if you're the 24?
Well, it's looking like he's trying up high. Isn't going to make it happen. Behind him, there's a bit of a battle. Thurston making it past Basin now.
Wow. Dylan Basin went for the most dominant driver to now outside this top 10. Maybe, or should we say outside the top 5, maybe the top 8. But Braden Movick holds on to that stride. 53 to go.
And here comes Walker again. He's just trying to maintain, try and get that run built up once more. But it's not working for now. He's lost about another half tenth of the lead.
Got to keep something in mind here. I would say about 30 laps is the way to go. With how this is looking, you may see guys come within the next 20 laps just to go ahead and make it to the end. So the big undercuts are going to come, and they're going to be in here very soon. Keep that in mind. 23 laps is what I give them.
Yeah, it could be, but I could still see a caution happen, and they're racing really, really close right now. And there's still that battle for 7th between Thurston and Basin.
Basin on the inside, Thurston on the outside, still wheel to wheel. Huff watching, waiting in the wait back to 1 and 2. Everyone seems to be minding their own business for now, but you got to keep an eye out for it. Who gets bold late in this race?
And look who's made his way back up. That's Mitchum. He's making his way back up through the field. Saw a bit of smoke in the back.
I believe that was Sergio. I don't know if they're going to call it because that's his second offense and is out of harm's way. They will not throw the caution. Because of that, it's out of the way. Great call by Joseph Armstrong.
Let him race, and up front still, Basin trying to clear that 29. Mitchum starting to catch up at this point, trying to get to the top 10. That 48 car cannot go anywhere. They've been gridlocked probably for about 4 laps now.
Basin trying everything and anything to make up all the time on the drivers out in front. You can see Mitchum trying what he can to the inside. He's a driver that was not even close. I mean, nowhere near the area of making up speed and being quick tonight. I think Michael Mitchum has had one solid outing in this event.
Ooh, Thurston backed up to the field, and that's going to stack those guys behind him up. Spencer Burns up front, though, making a move 3 wide now for 9th.
How about Hoff back on that outside lane? Mitchum on the bottom. The 29 and James Thurston trying to keep them all behind him. Mosteller, Spencer Burns. We saw Burns get a little loose last time around as he continues to dogfight the 9.
Well, he's up in the top 5 now, and the top 6 all the way back to Demos. That's only a second gap.
Bigging on the bottom. Painting the yellow line, William Schmidt. Looking back to his outside, couldn't get the drive off. 49 laps to go. 400 miles have been completed tonight. These last 100 miles will be make or break.
They will, and up front, the lead is about the same, but it looks like Mubbock's not getting away at this point, and the rest of the pack is keeping pace.
Man, Walker had no speed through center. It's still about a 2.9. I worry about this 6 machine because he's not able to get anything going the way he wants. Schmidt on the bottom, Burns on the outside, Spencer Burns with his late charge. How many laps led tonight? 0. Up to 4. Should find new bigging soon, and it takes 1 caution for Spencer Burns to be right back in the middle of this thing.
But Schmidt's not giving up yet. He's going to have to yield the position, but now he's got Demos to worry about in 6th. That's all the way back to 5th, though. Schmidt's starting to fade as well.
Aiden Walker has never won an e-ticket event. Last time Braden Mubbock won an e-ticket event, NR Night in America was held in Miami, Florida. How about August 2021? NR Night in America was a couple months old. He won the Florida 500. Now, trying to win the USA 500. With the sun setting in the Irish Hills, he has to keep them all at bay.
But Walker is starting to chip into that lead. He has given everything he's got, though, loose off the corner. These two, though, are starting to pull away from 3rd place New Biggin.
Lined up nose to tail. Schmidt back in 5th. Mosteller back in 6th. He's looking back to the inside. I think Dylan Basin has got his A game back. He's on the bottom, looking, peeking. No drive off for Dylan Basin, but he has machines in front. Mosteller, a big-time move to the inside.
And it looks like he's going to have the edge entering the corner. He clears him into the corner. Basin trying to follow.
Aiden Walker has closed the gap. Him and the 42 are going to be back nose to tail. Look at all the bugs on the grill of these machines. They're battle scarred. They've gone through battle for all over now 200 laps. What do you have for these final 46?
Well, it looks like the top 3 have everything they can give because they're breaking away now. New Bigging caught the front duo, now trying to make a move on him.
New Biggin closes in big time, and I mean really big time. He was, 8 back? Now he's back to the half a second range, heading to 45 laps to go. River Page to the inside here at James Thurston. Page painting that yellow line. Thurston up to lane 3. I want to say these drivers had the key idea to make this track as wide as possible. That's what's made the racing so great.
It really has, and Thurston has not had the night that he would normally have. He has run probably, I'd say, 2/3 of this race outside the top 15. Had a strategy run, currently trying to keep his positioning in the top 10. Up front, though, the front trio is coming together.
Douglas New Bigging led early on, drop back, 1 spinning in the rear. Max Swearingen, we believe it's him. He's going to lock it to the bottom. No caution. He
He was running outside the top 15 at the time. Once again, we stay green.
And Walker's still trying to stay in the tire tracks of Mubik. Can't make it happen just yet. Behind them, it's looking like there hasn't been any movement. Basin can't make it past Mosteller. They keep it the same for now, but different lines. New Bigging looking low.
Looking, peeking, wants the edge. Walker trying everything. Look at just how that rear end is sticking out off corner exit. And I mean, he is just throwing it all in the ring. Basin in 6. Looks to the inside of Mosteller. Not gonna get it. Schmidt in 7th as Basin goes back to ripping top. I think his car is better where there isn't as much grip because he's going to where it's shaded a little bit brighter compared to everyone else just running right in that guck and all that tar.
Well, he got the run. Schmidt got underneath him, but he got the run off, and now he's looking around Mosteller. He needs to find some way around. The win is slipping away at this point with 43 to go. Oh, and the 26 right on the back of the 6 car.
He wants everything and wanted to find a way around Aiden Walker. It wasn't going to work that time by, but they will continue to fight and claw their way off corner exit. 43 laps to go in the USA 500.
And Basin has made it back in the top 5. He got past the 9. Next up, Spencer Burns.
Burns looking for his way through, but last thing he wanted to deal with tonight, Dylan Basin. He expected him to be a driver that he would have to catch. Well, he caught him very early, and now he's got the 48 in the mirror. Basin is a man on a mission, not giving anything off with 42 to go.
But still up front, Mubik has managed to hold off the field. Walker now slowly fading back to the rest of the pack. And behind him, it looks like Spencer Burns is catching all of them.
He very much is. I'm watching Spencer here in 4th. This could very much be the pride and joy of the 24. That number has won, guess how many? 3 e-ticket events, 2 by TCB, 1 by Andrew Cootie. Does Spencer Burns win his first e-ticket event and the 4th driving at number 24? Well, guess where he's sitting? In 4th. Keep that in mind for anyone that's superstitious. A lot of racing left to go? I wouldn't say so. 40 to go this time by. Strategy about to be underway.
And just like that, they're starting to kind of accordion back together. The 6 of Walker catching back up to Mubik. The 26 New Bigging not letting Walker go. And Burns now is only 7/10 back. Not even. He's catching all of them.
And this is a big shake-up. Nathan Lyons puts Mubik in a tough scenario and allows Aiden Walker to just sneak on through ever so slightly to make up time. Lots fading, sun setting, track changing. This is not over as it looks the top 5 is now under a second.
Yes, because Basin has now caught up to Burns, top 5 under a blanket. Last time by, Basin and Burns were a 10th faster than the leader. Oh, and Mosteller fastest on track.
Wow,
crash in the back.
Or should we say a lot more, Josh Lilly?
Barbagallo is in it as well in the 15.
And that will throw the caution. Okay. Fuel lottery. This is what we're in now. You can't make it to the end, but they're putting so much pressure on their tires, on the fuel. I wonder who is going to attempt it. For instance, what if you pit with 1 to go? Maybe you got 36, you got to save 6 laps. You can do it if you putter around 180. It's going to be whoever go the slowest, the fastest in that scenario.
But you also got to think too, you know, if there's another caution right off the bat, and people, you know, you could pit on that one too, and there'd still be that fuel lottery of people saving. At this point, I don't know at this point, because if you're up front, you know, obviously you all got to pit here.
And we're gonna, before we watch back on it, this is money stop right here. They may have to pit one more time, but this is gonna be a huge scenario. Because another thing is, we get backfired, I wouldn't be surprised if guys come back to pit road right away and just get fuel. That's another thing you gotta look at. So you have about 3 or 4 big scenarios, and it all starts with this pit stop. Pit road is open.
Oh, and there's some that are getting loose in. Mubik was there. First in is Burns. Mubik now pitting. Walker taking provisional lead at the moment, being on the other end of pit road.
Now keep this in mind. If you get, I want to say, a 14-2, you have a shot at overtaking a driver. That's what we've seen. A 14-2 stop has been make or break. We're going to continue to look at Spencer Burns. Burns way back there in his stall, 29th, a 24. Horrendous stop for him. Patient in his stall. I think Braden Muddick's going to win the race off pit road. Aiden Walker.
Nope. Walker's ahead. He won it off.
But the 14-1 is what made the difference. Aiden Walker is going to take the green flag as the race leader. Oh my.
And now you're looking 38 to go at the moment, but still you got to think a little less just because past the finish line. That's what, 37 and a half laps you got to save? You know, 37 and a half laps to make a full run. 7.5 got to save. Got to think of those tires too.
3 to 4 big scenarios. We know there's a wreck. We're not going to have time to watch back on it because they want to go green now. They're trying to beat the sun. That's the big thing they're saying. So some will get the wave around, some will not. We know Josh Lee and company were involved in the wreck in the rear. This is game-changing. Braden Movick, Aiden Walker, Douglas Newbigging, and Spencer Burns with a 24 somehow held on to fourth.
You got to think maybe others had bad stops too, but you're looking at some down low. They're cleaning the tires here with Walker. But if you're somebody in the middle of the pack who has no shot of winning, pit now. Get that extra lap of fuel on the leaders.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see. We're going to look back to the rear of this field to see if some guys might try that jump. I think Chris Downey, no, none of them. They don't think they have what it takes. So let's throw the fuel lottery out of the question unless you're an absolute madman. This is it. 36 laps to see who wins this great event. This race has had everything, Jared. Remember we talked, we're like, all right, we might have some downtime. Let's do it through the field a couple times. We did it once.
Yeah.
And we even did it when they're on top of each other, racing each other hard. I don't think we've had any downtime in this race.
No, there's been none. And there's been so many comers and goers in this race. Guys like Basin, who we thought, well, he's a lock early in this race. He's gonna win. He's the best out there. Now he's having to scratch and claw his way up, and he lost a spot in the pits there. He's 6th now. You got guys like Mosteller, spun early. Now they're back up. You got guys like Movick coming from the back. Oh, and Walker was nowhere to be found the first half of this race, leading, coming to 36 to go.
This is going to be huge as we get ready to try it again. The final 30 laps. This is for all the marbles. The November event, the USA 500. A new tradition. Has it just been born? The racing has been phenomenal. The viewers have been phenomenal. The drivers have been something to watch all night long. Let's try it one more time. 36 to go from the Irish Hills. Walker, big drive out ahead. Braden Movick trying to close that gap behind. That's the 26 in Newbigging. He's got Spencer Burns right on his tail.
Now Burns is looking high. He's cleared now by Newbigging. Trying to look low now for third.
Looking, peeking, no try. Braden Movick closing the gap. Aiden Walker tailing down the backstretch on the inside and the outside. Battle for third. Burns on the outside of Newbigging.
Now he's trying to get that run again, slowly making up the spot. He has him on the corner. He's there. He's up high, going for third.
35 laps to go in the event. Movick, 2 back, closing quickly, heading back to 1 and 2.
And now it looks like Newbigging gonna get the run again down low. Can't clear him. Movick looking low on Walker, now looking high. Walker gonna clear him.
Veterans Day special. Movick knocking on the door. Where do you run? Do you look to the inside and get the drive? Do you look to the outside and poised to make a move around the long way around? Still looking for a move. Now he jumps top. Wheel to wheel for the lead.
He's gonna go wide though, but still beside him. Gets the run off the corner. Walker at the line has him. Here comes Burns in third, side by side to 1.
Braden Movick
poised to go to victory lane. Contact with the 6. They both save it. Try goes Spencer Burns to the back bumper, to the inside. Through goes Burns to second. Spencer Burns now sitting catbird in this event.
Mosteller following him as well. Burns into second spot down low in that 24. Mosteller up to third. Burns shuts the door, and here comes Basin all the way at the wall.
That 24 hasn't won a single event this year. Jackson Carr inside wall. No caution. Mubik, Burns, Demos lined in, heading to 1 and 2.
They're still racing for second. Mubik making his way further out there into the lead. Now Burns clears the field.
Let them race. That's what they're saying. Burns in second. Demos right on that rear end. It's going to be mano-a-mano. Dodge on Chevrolet trying to get it done. Last time a Dodge has won an e-ticket event, the Daytona 500, 2005 Mikey G. Mubik looking to bring Mopar back to victory lane. Demos looking to bring Mopar back to victory lane. 32 laps to go.
New Bigging up to fourth as well. He's up in this battle. Basin up top trying to clear the 6 of Walker.
Wheel to wheel once again back to 1 and 2. Spencer Burns under fire. Mosteller peeks downstairs, can't get it to bite. They're all lined back up nose to tail. The fan favorite, the people's champ, Spencer Burns, the king of iRacing. 3 drivers up inside this Fast Four with huge branding names. And don't forget Douglas Newbigging.
He tried to look low for a moment, can't do it just yet. Basin now trying to make up on the Fast Four. He's still about a second back.
Mubik back to 1 and 2. Ripping that third lane. Spencer Burns on the bottom, letting them drive. Basin clears. Yes, he does there on William Schmidt. No one has been able to really get away from each other.
And now side by side, the first battle on track is between Schmidt and Walker. That's your fight for 6. New Bigging looking low on Mosteller, and they're all catching Mubik.
Spencer Burns is 1/6 away from taking this lead. He is close masterfully to the back end of the 42, but the 9 watches on strong. 2 Dodges, 1 Chevrolet, 31 to go for Michigan.
New Bigging looking low again on Mosteller. Demos with the high side gets the run off, and now only about 2/10 of a second between the 42 and 24.
Douglas Newbigging is just stalking his prey. He's like a lion in the high grass, waiting to strike. Here's the bike to turn 3, to the inside. Left side's near the paint. 4 drivers under half a second at Michigan.
Up top, though, Burns. Oh, they're loose. 9 and the 26 loose. Basin is going to strike now on New Bigging.
Here's the momentum change. The 48 up to 4th and closing that gap. Wheel to wheel at the 26. Now a nose to the inside of the 9. Dylan Basin is not done yet. He's putting it all on the line with 29 to go.
And Schmidt's trying to charge on New Bigging. Side by side for the 5th spot. That 16 isn't going away.
No one giving in. 29 to go. Reminder, they stop the pit one more time. When do you come in? The pit window starts from now to the checker flag.
Up front, though, Mubik's starting to put a bit of a gap now on Burns. Burns under pressure from Mosteller for second. 3rd place car of the 9 there, looking back to see none other than Basin.
He's watching, he's waiting, he wants to get him now, but he knows to go to victory lane, you gotta strategize every move. Schmidt, heavy smoke out the rear end of that 16. For Spencer Burns, it's all about holding on and waiting. He knows if he holds on to this spot and gets the pit cycle done correctly, victory lane will be all his.
Now Basin under attack from New Bigging. He's making a late charge. Up to the 4th spot, side by side are those 2. Basin loose off the corner, New Bigging with the edge.
New Bigging downstairs, Basin another blink. He drops back, wheel to wheel, still blinking. A lot of those can go ahead and give you a big penalty, and that's what you don't want to see. What about Spencer Burns? No speed on entry, no speed on exit. Mosteller, hand over fist, trying to save it off turn 2.
And that opens the door for New Bigging to go to 3rd. Now he is stalking behind Burns and Mubik.
Heading to 3 and 4.
Spencer Burns now 2-5, 2-9. Everything on the line. Ford, Chevy, Dodge. 26 laps to go in the USA 500.
And that 26 car, I just saw letting it all hang out. He was almost spun out that last time. Now making up even more time.
It's all or nothing. They're not calling cautions for wrecks way in the rear. Why? Let them race. That's the big thing. We've had a couple spins back there, but nothing to even warrant a regular caution. Drivers are starting to drop back and start thinking, hey, long term, 26 to go. Let's beat them on pit road. That's the make or break here tonight. Dodge, Ford, Chevy, they're doing it out, but there may be some guy back there in 13th that says, I just need one lap. That's all I need to make something work.
Now New Bigging is there, right behind Burns. He was looking low last time. He might have just the fastest car on the racetrack. He's just getting held up by the rest of them.
And look at Basin there in fourth, really just watching on. Douglas New Bigging wants that inside lane. He looks, he peeks, but Burns is too strong off exit. What does this mean for the rest of the camp? Braden Movick has been leading more and more laps. He just cannot stop. We can't get a read on how many laps he has led, but at the same time with 25 laps to go, he is in prime position to go to victory lane.
Now Basin dives low on New Bigging, looking for the third spot, trying to charge back. After a horrendous run before this, Basin now even into one.
Wheel to wheel, gets it into the inside. Oh, can he clear? I don't think so, because Douglas New Bigging has given all the handouts away. Basin had to force his way through off turn 2. Now they try it again. Down the backstretch. Here's Spencer Burns. That's Braden Movick up in front of him. 24 coming at 23 to go. Where's the pit window if you're coming in? Because it's got to be soon.
Well, now they're spreading out. It could be any moment now. Now you see the battle continue for third. It's New Bigging right underneath the 48 of Basin, and wow, the 20 is nearly spinning it.
We're looking through the field to see if someone's going to bite the pit road. I haven't seen it just yet, and on our screen, no one. They're waiting, and they may all have the same strategy. The big one is who's going to try the daring move to undercut, to overcut. They're tearing these tires up now because they know they won't need them. It's all or nothing. No one's saving from here on out.
And back there a bit more, Mitchum has made it past Mostello, looks like for the 6th spot.
Wheel to wheel, Basin in the middle. New Bigging on the bottom. Basin really had that rear end flying out and just swipes hard in front of that 26 machine. He is giving New Bigging no room whatsoever as that 48 creeps back up inside the top 3.
And he is right behind the 24 at that too. But New Bigging not letting him go, looking low again. He slides behind him.
Burns has got to be worryful of this 48 machine, both under the Hendrick camp, but at the same time, Basin knows he has to make up all this time and dig himself out of a 40-foot hole. Here comes New Bigging, looking to the inside. 3 drivers paddling for second.
No, yeah, he's down for second. He's right underneath. Burns tries to shut the door, but he's lingering right on the corner of his bumper.
21 laps to go. Braden Movick and company. Do they celebrate this early? I don't think so, because Dylan Basin goes to second. Here comes Burns around the outside.
Basin loose. He's not going to be able to clear, and now New Bigging right behind him. Burns has a little bit of a nose ahead, but Basin has the position.
And into 3 and 4 once again. No one backing down. No one giving up. Movick, an outstanding lead. 3 wide, battle for second. Burns just barely holding on.
And now they clear New Bigging as well. Back to single file for the moment. Walker and Mitchum have caught these guys.
20 laps to go. Michael Mitchum trying to do what very few have done. Win an e-ticket event. Win it as an underdog as well. TCB gets out of the way. Basin hangs it loose off corner exit. He is struggling to find a way around this 24.
Yeah, he is, and they're all falling away now. 6, 7 tenths behind the 42 car. Basin gonna try the high side this time. All it does is open the door for New Bigging on entrance. Gets the run off for now. It's just a battle for third.
And this is still carrying back to the line. There's Spencer Burns. Dylan Basin on the outside, still holding on. Where's Braden Movick? barreling into 1 and 2 with about a half a second lead. Basin in the wall. Burns shuts the bow there at the 26.
Newbigging trying again, but he can't do it. Cleared once more by the 24. Basin has fallen back to the others. Now it's just a two-horse race for the second spot as they run.
Newbigging to the inside. The big barrel down into turns 3 and 4. Burns watching, waiting for maybe a mistake. It's not going to happen. Couple machines coming in. Basin locks up. He locks up big time trying to come to pit road. So does Mosteller, but they make it on through. Money stock time should be the final stop of the race.
Do you take 2? Do you take 4? Do you just go gas only? I have a feeling you're going to have to take some tires here with the time it'll take. This is over half a fuel run.
Oh, Mosteller just turned. Will Shack coming into pit road. That's going to cost him a little time. I don't know if it's going to end his race, but for Will Shack, he tried a 2-tire stop. Yow.
And you're looking at Mosteller here. I think they're going to go 4 tires on that one. 14.5. Right behind Basin. Fires out quickly, and we'll see where they cycle on out.
Go get him. This is it right here. That was your stop. Your crew says, great. Now get us to the checkered flag. Braden Movick, an overcut. He's hoping for something to go his way. He's got to pit now. If he does it, it's going to be doom and gloom because these drivers will have full speed next time by. Expect the 42 in this time.
Well, you can go about 10 laps. Maybe that's what he's hoping for. But you're looking here, and that 48 car is flat flying out there. He's passing him, unlapping himself.
He's
coming down now, but he's probably going to cycle out behind him.
Oh, it's going to be close unless he thinks 2 tires in on pit. No issue. Douglas Newbigging, Michael Mitchum. Well, we don't know yet. We're about to know in about 15 seconds, maybe 30. Was this the right call out of the 42?
Well, we're seeing him 4-tire pit stop this time.
I don't know, man. We're just going to sit here and wait. And where are the drivers around this racetrack? Where's Dylan Basin? There he is. He's barreling through 3 and 4. Braden Movick is exiting the pits. This could be make or break on going to pit road or going to victory lane. 16 to go. 15 to go next time by. I think Dylan Basin may beat him out pit road. There he is.
Now, where is Burns in this equation? Did he cycle out ahead of them?
Yes, he did. Spencer Burns way ahead of the competition.
He pitted a lap between them. They pitted 2 laps apart. He was right in the middle, had no obstructions, nothing whatsoever. And now he is going to be provisional leader with 15 to go.
I can't believe what I'm watching here. This 24 was running 30th with 25 laps into this race. Now the race leader. I can't believe what we're watching right here. This is what it comes down to. Then we got to watch who elects to stay out all the way. Chris Downey, haven't talked about him at all. Has been a no-show all race long. Alexander Krinke, there in second. Chase Schaefer, he's slowing it back. He's waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, a fuel lottery from the Irish Hills.
And looking at the lap times now, I'm looking at it's 38-1s right now by the guys that pitted and others who are maybe trying 2 tires, maybe other different strategies there. And you're just seeing the cars flying by him.
There's Drake Berry, that's Josh Kenyon, both those machines going around. Let's go look at the 6-lap averages here. Lost some time, gap still about 0, obviously because he's a race leader. I don't know, man. And Chase Schaefer, man, you've got to really hold on to this one. He's been all over the place. The first laps he's led all night, lowest 37, highest, but he's in the wall. He's in the wall, and that's going to throw it away right there. Well, he lost way too much speed.
No, he has 24 seconds on Burns right now.
I don't know, man. That's a huge hit. I'm worried about Cranky right here. That just nailed the entire right side of that 99.
There's still a lot of a gap right now. 13 to go, coming to 12 to go this time.
Let's continue to look around. There's Braden Movick on the racing surface. Way back, there's Dylan Basin. He's in front of him. Here's Spencer Burns. Now, I believe it's 14 seconds the difference. Maybe 10 seconds the difference. So we're trying to get a read here with 12 to go. We're going to have to wait to see who runs out. Chase Schaefer, there he is, back to turns 3 and 4. They have Chris Downey slotted in that second spot. He is not as far back as some may seem. And Dale Greenwood, who has a big chunk on the nose, now fighting for position.
That's for second on the racetrack as they run. They're not giving it up.
No, sorry.
Third.
This is for second. That was for third. Sticks on the board, 11 to go. I don't know, man. 6 laps? What crystal ball do you have? Are you putting fuel in the roll cage? What are you doing?
Unless you started saving fuel right at the start of the run, under caution, everything like that. I see this as a Hail Mary. You get that caution to come out, hopefully, and then have a short run to try and win it. That's what I'm thinking at this point.
I don't see him really pushing off corner exit. And Alexander Kranke, one win in NR9 in America, came from Auto Club in the Xfinity Series. It's going to be, what, 10 to go this time by?
It is 10 to go.
Now we just sit and wait. What goes on with the Dylan Basin camp? They've closed in to Spencer Burns. Burns can't say I have to go out there and catch him. I think Burns is thinking, have them come to pit road or run out.
Well, Mubbock's catching Basin too. It's going to be a 3-horse race really soon. And you got to think, if you're Mosteller, who's within camera shot, what did that contact on pit road do time-wise to take you out of it?
Yeah, it's changing everything. Basin in the middle. Burns off exit. Mubbock watching, waiting, trying to make something go his way. Now 9 to go. It's going to be Alexander Kranke, I believe, as your race leader. No, they're still showing Chase Schaefer as the race leader now. And there's Barbagall in that 15 coming off corner exit. What a drive for this 99.
Yeah, he's going to 8 laps to go. You see everyone's passing him. He is saving as much fuel as he can, or at least just trying to extend this run and hope that something good happens in the next few laps.
Here's Basin again. Braden Mubbock finds a way around the 48.
And he is flying up there, catching Burns now. Maybe, what, a couple tenths behind?
Yeah, this is going to be big right here. And that 99, that 42, rivals. They absolutely despise each other. I want to point that out.
Oh, Burns loose. He's losing a lot of time. Mubbock only a car length back now.
8 to go. I don't know. This is going to be close. Kranke, are they showing him the race leader? No, Schaefer's still your race leader as of now. Spencer Burns to the outside. Braden Mubbock to the bottom.
Burns is too loose. Mubbock has the better car now, and he is almost clear heading to 3 and 4.
Still wheel to wheel, blocking way in the rear. 7 to go.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen around now. You were looking at about 37 laps to go when these guys pitted, and Burns just hanging it out there, trying everything he can, but he cannot keep up with that 42.
Rolling their way through. So, Braden Mubbock is now provisional leader if none of these guys in front of him can make it to the end. 7 to go. Their fuel range is coming short. It's drying up. Look how slow Chase Schaefer is rolling. 192 at the line. That's what? Xfinity Series level 200 in turn 1? That's 7 miles per hour slower than the rest of these guys.
Well, and look at how slow he's going even at the exit of the corner. 160 off. And he is crawling at this point. They've been going into turn 3 at about 205 miles an hour. He's about 10 miles an hour off of that, with 6 coming to 5 laps to go.
What about Kranke? How is he saving? 191, 93.
He might be drafting a little bit.
He is seriously saving. He's on the hard save. Schaefer now 184. 5 to go in the USA 500.
I mean, you can visibly see how much slower he's getting. He has a huge lead. You don't need to spend any more speed than you have to in this. I mean, it looks like he's stopping. It's like he could be out of fuel and we wouldn't know because of how slow he's been.
Sun has set. This is his home track. The Michigan driver trying to get it done in NR9 in America. A fan of Carl Edwards growing up, and now here he is. Wasn't the fastest. Not even close to a top 10 running speed. I think he's coming to pit road.
Yep.
Wow.
Glass slipper is broke at this point. Coming to 4 laps soon. Does Kroenke stay out, or does he stay? Or is he going to pit road?
Kroenke's going to stay out. Kroenke's going to hold on to it.
4 to go.
4 laps to go. Where's Mavik? There he is.
Man, if you can save enough, that might be just enough. That's probably a gas and go there for that 99. Just make sure he can make it to the end. But we now have less.
Uh-oh. River Page, where did he come from? 3/10 back to Braden Mavik.
He's flying up there. 36 car, though. Fuel staying in it. Coming to 3 to go.
Alexander Kroenke. Either it rolls or it doesn't. To 3 and 4. Staying out once again. 3 laps to go in the USA 500. What a treat we've had tonight. Does this driver make it to the end, or does the gas run out? Or does Mavik win his second ever e-ticket event?
5.5 seconds. Now 5-2, 5-1. He is coming. 4-7. 36 car crawling out of the corner now, looking for an update. 4-5 the difference. He's giving up probably, I'd say at this point, over a second a lap, but it's going to be just enough if he can hold on. Coming to 2 laps to go.
6 miles, now less. 2 to go. This will be 4 miles left in this race.
Staying out.
What's gonna work here? He doesn't need a second to win. He just needs an inch. Here's Mavik. Same straightaway. Same opportunity.
500-mile race, and we're looking at the last 3 miles of this race being up for grabs now. Mavik is making up that time because Burns has passed River Page. Now it's whether or not the 36 runs out. 2.9 the difference.
Alexander Kroenke back to 3 and 4. Toyota trying to steal one from Dodge. He will have 1 more lap to get it done. Is he coming to pit road?
No.
No, he is not. Salamanca, 1 to go from the Irish Hills.
2.3 the difference. Mavik is coming and coming fast. If you're Kroenke, it doesn't matter to save fuel. Just go. He's in his sights now. And now we're waiting for the update. It might be less than 2 seconds. Look at the difference of speed between the two of them.
This is going to be it. Final run down the backstretch. There's Mavik closing the gap. 1-5 back. 1-3 back. To 3 and 4. Kroenke to the bottom. He's out of gas. He's out of fuel. Here comes Braden Mavik to the inside. He's gonna do it. He's gonna win his second e-ticket event. Braden Mavik victorious in the USA 500. I can't believe it. Unbelievable!
And for Kroenke, you are oh so close. Just a quarter of a lap, half a mile short.
What just happened? I'm gonna get a noise complaint tonight. I do not care. What a race. What a drive. Braden Mavik has won the USA 500.
John, who was it of us that said that?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Maybe it was good karma that I said that. Unbelievable. His second.
What a finish.
Minnesota's finest wins it up north. I am just speechless. This will go down as one of the greatest iRacing races ever. We have had a lot of them. The Great American iRace.
Well, he was involved in
and he was involved in that one.
Yeah.
That one, he was on the dead end of the stick. Tonight, he comes out victorious. I guarantee you this is going to go down as the greatest e-ticket event we have ever had. The sun sets for Michigan International Speedway as Braden Mavik becomes a 2-time e-ticket event winner. Burn it down all night long as 42 continues to thrive. It is very much not the end of the 42 era.
And Kroenke, just like Dale Jr. in 2011, comes home 7th after running out in turn 4 on the last lap. So close.
The chat is losing it. 530 just saw probably the greatest e-ticket event ever. Probably the greatest iRacing race ever.
I mean, we're watching it back right now, and he's got the lead into 4. I mean, entering the straightaway. Mubik takes the lead at the entrance of pit road. That was the difference. If he runs out of 4 instead of in the middle of 3 and 4, he wins this race. Kroenke wins this race. Mubik able to get it done at the end, doing just enough, just the right way. The speed was there at the end when it mattered.
And he's going to park it in victory lane. He's going to do burnouts in victory lane. He's going to let this one rip. He's going to let it rip. This is so frat. I love it. Unbelievable. Jarrett, thank you for coming on. This event.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Real. Braden Mubik, ladies and gentlemen, has just won the USA 500. Let's watch back later because we're going to have the interview. This is an interview you do not want to miss. And we're going to go through the standings. We're going to go through everything. Unbelievable drive. As we're going to continue to see how this goes down. I just can't. I'm speechless. We thought the Garage Guys 499 was the greatest e-ticket event. We thought the NWP 400 this year, the big 3 events, definitely this, Garage Guys, and NWP. I can't believe it. Get ready, because this might be the greatest interview ever, I guarantee you. Braden Mubik, you just shocked the sim racing world. You are ridiculous, and I love it. What a damn race.
How about it, boys? The king has returned to where he belongs.
Unreal. Walk me through that race.
Man, I was just taking it easy in the beginning. I was just feeling it out. And then so I sped on pit road, and I went from like 35th to 4th run. And then I was up there with Dylan and Doug the rest of the way. And that last run, I don't know what was going on, but man, I was driving out of my mind, just flat unconscious. I was on a mission, John.
You're racing for college right now, right?
Yes.
What kind of celebration are we going to see?
Oh, God. You don't even want to know. Bro, this is on... Dude, I cannot believe... Like, we were like 5 laps short on fuel when the green flag for the final run started. Like, we all thought there was no way in hell anyone was going to be able to stretch it, but Kroenke literally ran out in 4. That is... I thought I lost this race to a fuel mileage.
Oh, man. Well... Was this a great event, Braden Mubik? I know you won, but even though...
Oh, I had so much fun. This is the best car in the service. Not even close. Best car in the service.
You just blew the engine. Hold on. I know you're playing from your college, so I hear people in the background. Do they want to say anything? What's going on over there?
Oh, they're playing another game.
Oh, come on. They got to celebrate. There's no way they just did that. Hey, I'm going to tell you this right now. What a drive. We're going to watch back on it. Final laps. What are you thinking coming back to the line?
I mean, I just, like, I thought the whole last bit of the race, I thought it was just going to come down between me, Dylan, and Spencer. Well, I didn't even think it was going to be close. And then when it came to about 2 to go, I saw that Kroenke still had him pitted, and he was still like 4 seconds in front of me. And then entering 3 on the final lap, he was still like 2 seconds ahead. And then Oak was right there with him. He started sputtering right in the middle of 3 and 4. And I did not. I was trying to. I did not want to go down the outside because I felt like he was going to put me in the wall if I did that. So I tried to get to the bottom, and I just ran away. John. Oh man. What a damn race.
I'm speechless.
It's literally.
What really sucks is that she's pit start, so I couldn't get all your overlays that I wanted on.
Yeah, my bad. But. Dude, this is literally the Great American iRace Part 2.
It is. It is the Great American iRace Part 2. Who would have thought? Chicagoland and Michigan. Give them a worn-out surface is like the greatest racing in America. I mean, this is unbelievable. You had around 550, I think, watching you cross the line. This chat lost it when you passed him. And we're watching it again. When did you know you won this race? Because I'm guessing...
I knew the second I got to his inside. I thought you were going to run into him. Any drive off. He was not going to have any drive off.
I know you're talking about my camera angles a lot. There looked to a point that you were going to run to the back of him. I thought for sure.
I really cannot.
Wow. So 53 signed up. 50 attempted qualifying, and you go to victory. And 51 attempted qualifying. For whatever reason, it's showing Gavin Austin as the race winner. That is not the case. If you're just joining us, it very much is Braden Movick. Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home right now? Movick, it's a John. You got a copy. I believe we just lost him. I believe we've completely...
Hello?
There we
Hello?
go. You there?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I thought I lost the
sorry.
stream for a moment as I try to reload ATVO so we could get the overlays back to where it needs to be. Walk me through this. No, you already did. You want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Hell yeah, buddy. I know all y'all miss me. I've been away for, what is it? This is like 3 months now. I've been away for a long time. And I've been away for a long time. And John, I heard that pre-race. I heard that you said I had no chance in hell of winning this race. And
I want to point this out. Every time I told you you're going to win, though, you never won. So maybe that was good karma.
Yeah, finally. About damn time. We got some good karma. But yeah, man, I want y'all all to just love it. Love what I do. I am the entertainment. I bring the entertainment no matter what. Whether I'm in 30th or the lead, I'm bringing the entertainment no matter what. So that's pretty much it. That's the People's Champ right there. That's what People's Champ does. People's Champ. The chief. Tribal chief. Acknowledge me, John. I need you to acknowledge me right now.
You are the tribal chief.
I am the tribal chief. Put the ones up. Acknowledge me.
I can't believe it. Well, I guess we got to change that icon now in your Discord from the Florida 500 to the USA 500 because you are a two-time e-ticket event winner.
About damn time, John. You know how sick that was my worst. That was when I was my worst when I won the Florida 500. I was ass when I won that thing. And I have dominated like 3 events since then, and I could not find a way to win, but finally I got this one. And I thought it was going to be stolen out of my hands again, but hell yeah, here we are.
Started 30th. Finishes first. Look at this lineup. No one inside the top 3 started in 15th or better. Should we say... Yep. Oh, oops. Well, minus Jackson Carr.
Man, hot lap heroes. I mean, that's just hot lap heroes right there. They can qualify. They don't know how to race, though.
Right. 20. Should we say 20?
On the other hand, I can't qualify. I can't qualify to save my life, but I'm probably top 3 racecraft in this race. So I'd rather be good at racing than good at qualifying. I'll tell you that.
Unbelievable drive. Unbelievable finish. Congratulations on winning your second ever e-ticket event. This is one that I think we're going to be talking about for a long, long time. Congratulations.
Hell yeah. People's Champ is back, baby. Let's go.
Well, I don't want to end it because that's kind of the race when you have it that we start saying, I want to do it again. You know? Why not 500 more laps? Well, when we came up with the idea of using this car track combo, we thought it's going to work. Will the viewers love it? I said the hardcore viewers will love it. There's no way they wouldn't love it, right?
Yeah.
And oh boy, did they.
I loved it.
I was in love. The second they barreled down into 1 and 2, I knew right away. I was like, this is going to be a big event. And it very much was. Let's walk through it. Started off with a caution here and there.
Yep.
Got nice and smooth. Driver's like, okay, let's just get to the end, right?
Yep.
Well, a couple of cautions come out. Gavin Austin, who looked like a prime suspect, taken out early. Then is running with Lane Sanders.
Yeah, that happened. But then you also talk about other things that happened. Demos, he got spun early, had to climb his way back through the pack. But the big thing for me was the comers and goers. All day long,
all race,
you had people who were running 20th and then flying back up the pack and being in the top 5. And others who were up front early were nowhere to be found at the finish. You had some like Basin who dominated sections of this race and then completely went away for a run or two and had to come back. And that's what cost him the race. So to me, the comers and goers in this race and the fact that no one really had a firm grasp on this track for much more than 350 miles of this 500-mile race, that's the big storyline to me.
Very much. I got Spencer Burns in here. You finished second. Walk me through those final laps.
Well, those last final laps, I just kind of saw Muvik getting a little bit smaller and smaller and smaller. So he was passing, I think it was River, Conky at the end. I was kind of hoping they got into a little battle, maybe make a little mistake, because I saw Muvik was a little bit loose, it looked like.
He was.
But, John, let me tell you, that race was great.
It was. It was fantastic. That was more than just a solid race. I thought it was just unbelievable.
It's very, very hard from my perspective. I got wrecked under caution on lap 20, spun on lap 39. We were like P41 on lap 70, and if you saw, it was like 3 spots caution, 3 spots caution, just a slow climb all day. Wow. I'm tired. I'm sweaty, John. I actually already turned my shower on.
Well, I'm gonna have to go ahead and be in that same position because it was a hot one in here as well.
Yep.
Unbelievable race. You want to say anything to anyone back at home before we get to New Bigging?
I don't think anyone's watching, but hey, if you were rooting for the 24, appreciate it. We'll be back, and maybe we'll finally win one of these. I feel like the e-tickets they've been slipping from me the past year and a half.
Very, very close. And he almost brought that 24 back to victory lane. A solid day for Spencer Burns. The future very bright for an e-ticket event. Congratulations on P2.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, and finally, Douglas New Bigging. Before we wrap this one off, Doug, it's a John. You got a copy.
Jonathan Ramos? Is it you?
Yes, it very much is. You finished P3. Walk me through the race.
You know, I mean, it was pretty good at the start. Felt really good. Then everyone selfishly copied my line. You know, I got to put a trademark on it anymore, but yeah, pretty good towards the end. Middle, lap 100, started messing up. Had to change up my line, take some adjustments, and once I figured that out, I mean, I think I was the best car long run by far. It was just a short run that would get me, and towards the end there, just like every time I'd come back on, it was like I'd, you know, get blocked, or I just couldn't figure out a way to get around a car, just put me back, and it's like just going back and forth, so. And I also messed up the last pit stop, so that kind of screwed me out of a little better finish.
You led laps. That's a big thing too, man. You went out there early and you looked like a prime contender. Not surprised you finishing third. You like this car track combo, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I'm the one who recommended it, dude. Of course, I'm gonna get good at it. Are you kidding me?
Well,
I'm not gonna recommend a track I'm not good at. I am.
Well, Doug, we're excited about how you finished. Congratulations on finishing P3.
Why, thank you, Jonathan Ramos.
And that will be the top 3. That'll be it for interviews. Jarrett, solid. Absolutely solid.
Solid. That was a blast. Like, I wish this was 500 miles more.
I just very much shouldn't have said solid. The greatest we could have ever had. Honestly, that was, I don't think we get any better with Michigan.
No, I mean, that was from start to finish. There was never a dull moment.
No.
And that's what you can ask for in a race like this. So, man, I'm like on cloud 9 right now, and I know immediately when I get back home and I sit down like for a minute.
It.
Yeah, I'm rewatching it, and then I'm just going to bed for 12 hours because that takes a lot out of you just watching. I can't imagine driving.
Well, took a lot to set up. It was so worth it to have all of you guys join in. What was it, 550 watching at the end? So many of you guys tuned in, rooting. Could have asked for a better race and better finish. So this will cap off tonight's USA 500. Next time I'll be live again will be next Friday. We end technically the NASCAR season with this event. We will have an e-ticket event in December. We're looking at Talladega for a winter event. We have not had a Talladega event all year. Got to go ahead and possibly end 2023 out strong. To all you that tuned on in, whether you tuned in from lap 1 to lap 250, if you're here from the start of this stream and now to the end, I say thank you. Because without you, there would be no e-ticket events. There would be no NR Night in America, and we wouldn't be here talking about the next event and maybe the event after that. What a ride it very much was, as this concludes the 2023 USA 500. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, alongside me, Jarrett Lumberg. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen.